the Adrenaline Cyber League 2017. I am Hugo. Joining me today is absolutely no one. I've been simulcasting the whole day, and we're ready to finish it off with a bang. The two teams we expected to make it to the final. VP were a little close up against Hellraisers, but they finally swung through and managed to make it here. Wonder if they're going to be walking home with $65,000. Second place, 25k themselves. And of course, aside from that, but a lot of, respect on the line to the winner. It's been a great day. I almost sound sarcastic, I'm just exhausted. But I'm going to hype myself up for this game because I really have been looking forward to it. I want to see how VP face up against Navi. VP struggled against HR. No downside on HR, obviously, but, VP should be at that level above. So now coming up against Navi, who looked fresh in 2-0ing Flipside earlier on, I'm a bit worried for them. I'm very, very worried for them, in fact. But all things aside, we hopefully won't be waiting too much longer before we jump into the game. Knife round is done. And yeah, that's about all we're waiting for. It seems like we're just going to go straight in. Finally, I'm excited. And assuming things will go well here, we should be done in due time as well. So this is perfect. I've fully stripped off. I'm mentally prepared. Simple's bought himself a Deagle, so I'm already excited. And we're going to jump into this pistol round here. Nuke, the map pick of Virtus Pro. Navi have picked Train as a secondary, and the third will be Mirage. An interesting map pool for this series, and it gives a bit of favour to VP, if anything, to actually try and take this one away. But it's Guardian to make the first damage done as he peeks in through Hut and removes the head of Neo. Counter aggression from Patcher on ramp, but he is only going to get one for his troubles before falling to the ground. It's Simple, sorry, not Simple, Flamey actually forced back down to 11 HP. So shots rally away from Taz over from ramp, keeping him at bay, but C's instead regaining that position while Simple splits down towards B. It's going to be this late round B take, I can assume, but Taz is open that door to fake things out, try and force some players down here. Instead, Navi actually focused towards Heaven. And VP, they pre-rotated down towards B, so this is a really good call for Navi to make. They've actually completely outgamed the gamers. As Navi looking poised to attack this A site, only Bialy in the wings. We've got a player in vents as well who will be quick on the rotation. That Snacks actually dropped out of vents, re-smoking off main, but it's not going to be too much of a worry. There's only one player coming from there. That'll be Simple with that Deagle, the rest of them climbing in through Heaven, and they've got control as well. This is important. Waiting for the time to strike, 30 seconds left. And VP over Face here, that could be where it all falls down, but surely they've got to know it's A by now. They will. Face comes out from Heaven, the spot, all the information gained, and Bialy will deny the first, but the Molotov forces Snacks out of the hut there. He has to move. Bialy taps for a second and drops Flamey, but the bomb is going down, and Snacks is still low. Guardian holds close, holds tight, waiting for an opportunity to strike, as Taz makes his way back in through main, taking the long route. Down from that rotation off B, Guardian flicks back around in time as well, spots him, damage is going to be done, he converts it into a kill, seized as well, will fall down, it's Guardian to try and clutch things out, but he only gets damage. Snacks and Bialy both make it alive with 12 and 14 HP respectively, and it will be the round going to Virtus Pro. Either way, second round. Navi bomb down, so pistols will be coming through. They've got the buy next round, so no reason to invest early. This is the first pistol round out of every pistol round we've had today that hasn't been delayed. Actually, I think, no, I lied. The last map was okay. But every other pistol round we've had a delayed post-round. So this is nice to see a smooth awakening. Taz, a very smooth 2k from him. Make it 3, trying to rack up money. Switches to the USP, but he goes down to Simple. Only 8 points of health remaining on the young player. As him and Flamey are the last two standing, the, I guess, kids of the team, I guess you could say, for Navi, but it's an undoable round. It's damage, that's all they're looking for right now. As Flamey wraps back round through lower, Neo is going to be down there with a weapon of his own, MP9. One bullet is all it needs, and it will be a headshot. He grabs it. Now Navi starting to make waves in this round. Bialy's still up in vents. He's going to move his way up towards A just to stop any potential of him getting caught out. And in fact, he catches out Simple, trying to make his way through rafters, leaving just Flamey. Now this round looking almost done here. The rotation will come back in through vents, and Flamey's going to be caught between two. Snacks will take him. And VP 2 rounds 0. Now the buy comes through. Guardian, no armor on that AWP, but he's got one. And that's what's most important here. We don't have a counter up on the side of VP. Pasha's got himself a scout there. He's going to be it. The rest of them on the rifles. This is the map of all maps that we're expecting VP to pick up. If they do, it could be a great chance for them to get quickly into this matchup before Navi have anything to say about it. So looking to pick up that first buy round is a must here for this terrorist side. Sorry, for this counter-terrorist side. But control outside for Navi. They start to push on through. The smoke is down in main, but they don't have a wall. This makes it difficult to cross, but it's going to be Taz on ramp to actually deny Simple's entry. Simple, who was popping heads earlier up against Flipside, is going to fall at the first hurdle. And VP already sitting pretty in this round. It's going to be Snacks to drop Guardian. 5-on-3 in play here in favour of Virtus Pro. Navi, they are stuck, really stuck. Bialy going to come in from lower, spot out Flaming and Seas, takes both their kills, and now Edward trades only one as Pasha takes him down. A 3-0 for VP. Good control from Bialy to come in through that flank to catch him off guard. And clean stuff so far for the CT side. Got to take into account as well, VP are going to be significantly more warmed up. They've had 3 maps just been played, whereas Navi haven't played since this morning. So maybe, well, I'm sure these guys have a practice room, maybe they're not as warmed up as the opposing team. Could be a bit of a difficulty coming into this matchup, but I'm sure it will fix out and stable by the second map. Navi though, again just pistols. Can't expect too much from them. They did a bit of damage last time, but nothing significant as Edward focuses towards outside. It's Pasha with the AWP, picked up off the body of Guardian, scoping, trying to find himself a spot. VP just holding back. No one's fallen down. No one's even received a point of damage on either team. We're a minute into the round. Edward down to 98. That is it. Everyone is fully. And finally, we're going to see Navi start to make their assertment on ramp. It's just going to be Taz trying to hold this off alone. He's got a rotation come in. Pasha will be moving in with the AWP as you typically do. They're switching from the outside position just to hell. But Navi don't commit. And I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. If they're taking this time for maybe more of a tactical pause kind of style, get some time to work out what they want to do with it with the next round. Maybe that's what they're doing, but they're really just taking their time. Finally, they'll split into A with absolutely no, movement forcing them to do so. They just make it out of their own accord. No information they played off, nothing there. So I don't know. I get what they're trying to do. They send the bomb down vent. They split everyone else out on A. They lose a player outside. Like, I get it, but it seemed like they were just using the minute that they spent on the clock just to have a little chit-chat, work out what they want to do coming into this buy without wasting one of their couple of tactical pauses. So, taking some time to work out. Now they go for their buy. Guardian not on the AWP this time, though. And he could have afforded it without utility or armour. He's going to stick with the rifle instead. He's up against Pasha though, got to be a bit worried, but Simple, he's back on the aim game. He's taking down Taz already over on ramp, and that's a good way to start things off. We have a bit of aggression from Pasha Biceps on the other side of the smoke. Got himself a pistol there. But he won't be able to refrag. Allows Simple to walk on away with that first kill. And the rest of Navi focusing down towards Secret to try and split into B. If they use Simple over on ramp after he's already found that pick, this could be great, but the issue is they've still got plenty of hurdles to go through. Pasha being one, Neo being the other. Defending down ramp and B. And this push will start to come through for Navi. They should not go out of this without getting the trade. Even if they don't get the first kill, it should be a trade straight over from Flamey. Because Neo is just waiting, biding his time, allowing these guys to take a bit of map control. Mollies and smokes and flashes, they're all going to rain in, but nothing will be found as Edward blinds out Neo. They don't push down that alleyway. Instead, they wrap round, and Flamey jumps. He doesn't even spot him. It's too late. Guardian caught out. You can barely blame him, and there's no trade because Guardian was too late with the push. Simple catches out Snacks in the meantime, so that's an important frag, but still, Navi in a risky spot here, low on time. They've got the control down towards B, but Neo is still waiting in the wings to do some damage. He's finally going to peek up, but it's Flamey there on the other side, who will be able to snap back onto his head. And this can force Navi just back off towards A. Risky play, they had the B site, but Bialy is first to fall, and Pasha, he's going to be there on defence as well, trying to fire some shots into their bodies, but it will not work. Simple goes huge. 3 headshots for him. And it will be the win for Navi finally. They get themselves on the board after 4. 4-1. Let's see if we can see a bit of a continuation of damage from Navi, or if we're going to see the reset come in for Virtus Pro. They've got the money to fall back on. It will be the last buy from both teams. Neither team has built up their cash flow just yet. So this will dictate which other team is going to be ecoing or forcing, depending. But lobby control straight away from Navi. Looks like they want to go for that fast A play. They start to burst out. Bialy, though, denies the first 2 entrances. Neo tries to follow up, and he does succeed as well. Guardian is the only man to pick something up, and Simple just stuck in the hut, can't get a thing done. It's a 2-on-4. Navi looking like the reset is imminent. But we've seen them pull out crazy rounds like this before. Damage is done through the smoke, but in retaliation as well, forcing Guardian down to 28. As Navi instead look to focus down towards ramp, try and take a 2-on-1 here instead of a 2-on-3. As VP had a full stack on that A site. It's going to be Taz alone towards ramp, playing close. Unlikely they're going to expect this position, and they won't. Simple checks upper. He goes down. And at this point, I'm not sure what Guardian's doing. He should always be in position to try and trade that one out. He should always be with his teammate. But instead, he's laxing behind. Not able to get that trade kill. And allowing VP to pick up a 5th with ease. Oh. He's going to walk right into him. There we go. Pasha's there with a knife. Insult to injury. VP can pick up a 5th round. Well, carrying on anyway, maybe a bit of a technical pause. Some complaints about the server in the previous round. We're taking our time. Or maybe even just a straight up tactical. Navi wanting to work out what they want to do. The coach is actually butting in here. So yeah, it's definitely a tactical pause. There it is on the screen now. Because right now this isn't going well for them. This is the team that should be winning this whole event, without a doubt. Coming into this one, they are the suspected victors. They're the team that has been something a little bit, but not as much as VP. And while their peak maybe isn't as high, their average play is usually better than this. But they're 5-1 down. Again, this is Nuke, so give it what you want. Give it as much credit as you want. We'll see what happens when we head over to Train and Mirage. But again, Train, not exactly a bad map to VP. It's a map that VP did very well on earlier versus Hellraisers. They started to let it slip in the end, but all in all, they stomped them in the first half. They had a great CT side. So let's see when we get to that how that one goes. I mean, in theory, it could be a 2-0 for VP, but I don't see that happening in the realms of possibility. I think 3 maps is what we're going to head to, much as in the previous series as well, I predicted. But VP are looking hot right now. 5-1 up, looking to make it 6. A gun on Flamey, pistols on everyone else across Navi. Oh, Snacks holding the outside. They're going to walk past him. He gets 1. He takes 2 as well. Only a few bullets, and he taps for it, but he only just gets a dink. Flamey makes it away. It's Guardian now with 1 chance. A 1v4. The round is over. I think we're probably going to do a server hop as well after this one. Been plagued by internet issues all day from the Russian studio, so hopefully that won't continue. Guardian wrapping the corner, going to be able to catch up Bialy. There's one. Molly going in. He has an M4 to play with, but he's so low. And Neo just pushing in through the Molly. Doesn't care. Doesn't give a damn. Kill for him. Pause comes through. I can imagine we're going to be going for a server switch now. I'm going to have a quick chat and see if we're server switching. Let's hope they can drag eBot over as well. Well, I don't know what's going on. I asked if there's a server switch, so we'll hear back hopefully from the admin soon. We also have a GoTV IP, so if we need to connect to the server, if there are lags on the clean feed again, we got that sorted out as well. But I'm not too sure what's going on. Yeah, see, this is the thing with the clean feed. This is what it's been doing all day. I'm going to pause it for a sec. Okay, that should hopefully help. Just let it buffer a little bit. Okay, we're back in. Nope, lag. Might have to switch to the GoTV at this point because this is just ridiculous. I don't want to cast another 2 to 3 maps with constant lag like this. Yeah, we're going to switch to the GoTV. I can't cast this anymore. This is silly. Unfortunately, the clean feed is having technical issues, so we're going to jump into the GoTV, and we'll be okay. So don't worry, guys. We'll be back on in just a sec. There's going to be no player cams, unfortunately, for this series, but it's lagging too much for you to really be able to watch anything happen. We had this earlier in Mirage. Such a shame, man. Give me a sec. Just jumping in the server now. Okay. We're here. We're ready. We're back. Thank God. It's super hot. I'm sweating right now. I'm excited for the game. Navi. Pistols are in this round. Couple of Deagles, Tech 9, P250 and a Glock. Nothing to write home about here for the side of Navi as we see. VP, they are going to be set up ready and waiting with the rifles. AWP coming in as well and fixed. Okay, things are hopefully good now. Edward pop shots onto the outside area. He's only going to get a bit of damage. And the numbers aren't working, so I can't change characters. I can't change people. This is really silly. This is not going well because I can't change who I'm spectating. I have to use the mouse click or the arrow keys, which is not right. Yeah, okay. I guess we're going back to clean feed then because I can't change who I spectate. It will only let me use my arrow keys like between left and right. So I have to scroll through players like this. This is really not going well for me, guys. Well, there'll be a pause after this round, so we'll spectate this round, then we'll switch back to clean feed and try and deal with the lag. Yeah, see, I would press 6 here to view simple, but I have to scroll through all the players to find him. 1v5 going to be needed here. 30 seconds left. This round is as good as done. How much damage can he do is the question. How many guns can Simple take off of the Polish? That is the aim of the game. But they're pushing him from all angles. Snacks. Lots of damage. Flank coming out, and there we go. Neo takes him. So let's hop back into the clean feed. Give it another shot. Maybe it'll work. Okay. Let's see if this works. I'm going to pause it for like 30 seconds, and then we'll go back in with the game. So you won't miss anything. The game's paused. See, instantly it just lags. This is getting difficult to deal with. I'd like to apologise to everyone tuning in as well, because there is nothing I can do. There is physically nothing I can do about this. I actually cannot control this. It's just the clean feed. This is what I'm getting given, and the internet's not working, so it's lagging. I'll mute my mic so I can type. hope this works now. No. Ah, dear. I mean, I've sent a message, but there's only so much I can do here, guys. Yeah, we're using a VLC clean feed. I have nothing else to do here. There's nothing I can really do about this. This isn't my internet. My internet's perfectly fine right now. This is the internet in the Russian arena. I'm going to check out the Polish stream, see how that's doing, because they were communicating with me a little bit earlier. See, they're having absolutely no issues, so it might just be... I have no idea. I really don't know. I'm not going to assume. Going back into the server on GoTV to see if that has any change. But if someone, so you can see my perspective, what I'm looking at right now. This is the clean feed, and every 3 or 4 seconds this big render bar comes up at the bottom. But if I pause it for 30 seconds, it doesn't help at all. It just does it again. Second I unpause. So look, it'll work for a minute, and then that will happen, and then the render bar will come up at the bottom. And then if I pause it and wait, because this is how we're spectating. We're using a clean feed, so it's a live stream coming straight from the Russian feed without the Russian casters, so I can commentate over it. But then I unpause it, and boom, it freezes again. The audio you're hearing in the background is the GoTV, but again, I can't switch players. So I think we're going to have to deal with this, but you know, see what happens. This is just annoying. Do what I said to do. Restart your Csgo and then connect. Is that true? If that is true, you're a lifesaver, my friend. Let's hope that is true. Gonna give it a shot at restarting Csgo. We're back into the game. Give me a sec. I'm aware I accidentally showed my Skype. There's nothing on there. Okay, it's working. We're good. We're back into the game. Whew. So I think we haven't really missed much. We've missed about 2 rounds in about 10 minutes. Hugo, you screwed up. I showed my Skype. There's nothing on there. Go ahead. It might be the IP, but you can't do anything with it, so it's all good. If anyone shares any information like a Twitch clip or an IP or anything about there, they'll just get banned in chat, so it's okay. We're back into the game. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around with us. It's been a mess of technical issues today on everyone's end. Every stream has been having issues, so we're finally back in it. Thank you to whoever has told me to restart my game. I didn't know that actually helped it. We're back in. Just going to stick with this for the rest of the best of 3. This is map 1 of the grand finals for those who weren't aware. Virtus Pro is wrecking house. And it is going to be 10 rounds in. Chance, oh, I forgot it. I'm literally useless, guys. I'm actually useless. How does that keep coming up? I'm not trying to do that on purpose. It looks like I am. Whatever. I've closed that now, so it's okay. Anyway, flame me. Burst out is going to take down Bayali. We have a 4v4 in our hands. We've got, I think, a Navi player drop down vents, and the bomb actually going to get planted here on the T side. So very, very good stuff. Pasha starting to rotate in. Edwards there on the other side gets spotted. Won't be able to take the kill as Edwards just backs off here, not wanting to play against the AWP. As now we see post plants come in. Taz going to drop C's on the exit back in. C's gets one before he falls. And now with the AWP of Pasha, he's going to be in a really awkward spot. He's got to have his teammates to bail him out of this one. Snacks will do so exactly that. Pasha re-peaks, but Flamey takes the head. And now a 2-on-2 in play. The defuse is coming in. They need to stop it. Simple is in close proximity, running into the site. He does damage, but the head is hidden behind the silo. It will be the defuse coming in. Virtus Pro win another round. And Navi, despite a great effort with just pistols, they can't close it out. Now the fast play outside for Navi. They want to switch things up here. But a couple of players already pushed in deep. Flamey going to be looking for the entry with Seized alongside him. And they actually go round the smoke, negating the smoke that the CT throws down. They're going to just run straight into main. I don't think the CTs will expect this here. Neo definitely won't. Fully blind gets taken down. Bialy lines up 2 quick kills. The Seized will be there to trade. However, it's not enough. Pasha's also followed up, and Taz will come in from ramp. It's VP. The plow is on right now. They are not stopping. It's a complete domination. That's a good meme. That's a good meme, Gary. Thanks for that. Thanks, buddy. Anyway. AWP's in for either team now. Guardian's back on that, but he's already having no success. The Molotov is burning him out very early on. It's going to be forced back through the fire and flames down to 12. It's simple to run into ramp. He doesn't give a damn anymore, taking the head of the first, but Pasha with the AWP to trade. And that molly is dangerous. Guardian needs to be careful, runs back through the smoke, but he's down to 11 HP. It's 10-1 right now. They can't afford to keep giving up rounds, and Navi are just getting battered here on this first map. At least they haven't a 4-on-4. But even okay, I'm not even going to continue. We're just going to close it. There we go. It's off. Anyway, back into a 3-on-2. We missed that. I'm not going to give any attention to these people. Neo trying to get back in. Bomb will be down for Navi. They have a great situation on their hands, and Neo just going to push on through, but it's Snacks to find the kill. Seized in heaven, no need to peek. He has the perfect post plant, and Flamey in the meantime will find Snacks, leaving just Neo on the site. There's one, but Seized doesn't need to engage. He can just play passive, but instead switches it up, goes aggressive, and I mean, they gifted that round. They completely gifted that round. No need to fight there from Seized. Of course, I get he wants to trade that first kill, but after 2 seconds of having no success, he just should have backed off and played far more passive. It was never going to work for him. Round goes to VP once again. And it seems like at this point, it's not just VP playing on form. Navi is slipping up. Navi are making silly little mistakes. Because if you can't get that instantaneous trade, just back off, give up the control and play the post plant. You should have the round in your bag. But now, full AKs again for Navi. No AWP. Guardian getting mollied out in the previous round definitely didn't help. As we can see now, another attempt to them trying to pick up a round. It is falling short heavily. They've only picked up one here in the entire half. This is not the Navi we're used to. Bialy, he's going to check on the first Edward to just charge out onto the A side. Not something we really expect here. VP caught off guard, but usually they've been winning these engagements. Pasha in from heaven. The rotation as well going to be coming in from Taz, who joins him, and Snacks is going to make his way through main for a 2-pronged attack with his remaining 3 CTs. The thing is, Navi haven't even committed. They're only just making their way out, but it's actually down B as they drop their players through vents, but bring the bomb back up towards A. They're double faking. Taz commits to the site and he gets himself one, but falls short from the second as C's trades, leaving just Snacks and Pasha to try and get the damage in through. Snacks starts to push. The first kill comes in from him, but he will get traded out by Guardian, leaving just the AWP of Pasha. Surely he shouldn't be able to do this. Surely Navi won't overface, but Pasha is missing his shots. One more for him, but it's going to be a one-on-one here. Stuck in a very difficult spot as Simple sits alone in the site, waiting for him to push on his position. Moves back into the hut. This is great movement from Simple. There's no way he can do this. Pasha is too low. And it's going to be just too little time. Simple will run away, and Pasha, there's nothing he can do. It's got to be Navi's round. Finally, they get 2 on the board. He chases down the final kill as well, and he should get away with this considering Pasha is so low, but Simple not even fully chasing this one. Scout out for Guardian. The budget AWP is in play. They can't get anything more done. Money has been the main issue here for Navi. Despite winning that round, of course, the one round that they win, they lose 4 members in the process. And that completely screws over their economy here on the T side. VP rattling down once again, but they give up the control of the outside. They allow Edward to sneak his way through, but the thing is, Bayali has already rotated in position. Just holding out from the site. Simple with the entry towards ramp. Taz will go down. Now Navi, they have great positioning right now because not only do they have that control from Edward, Gain down in secret, they also have these players on ramp. They can split down B, but the issue is for them, there's 2 Virtus Pro members ready and waiting for this double face, Pasha and Bayali, and they can time this well. If Bayali wants to push out through the back door at the same time Pasha goes to the fight, they can do that, but Pasha, he misses the first shot. Bayali opens the door, and Pasha will finally round out with that kill, but Edward, he's still coming in from the flank. He's still going to be diving in as Pasha rounds out with a second. Finally traded, but it may be too little too late as Navi are left in a 3-on-3. Snacks rounding in from the back to try and catch out Edward, and I don't think he's going to expect this. He won't. Falling down. No utility for Navi. Only headshots are going to be needed, and Csgo will grab 1 kill, but it's still 2 more required. Bomb needs to be repicked back up as well. Snacks and Bialy, they just wait for this plant. One on either side of the map. Bialy will stop any kind of B shenanigans going on, while Snacks can lurk in the wings up on A if C's manages to somehow rotate through the vents here. And he will do so. With 9 HP, 10 seconds is not enough, and I don't think he even realises as the time is so low. He's going to run out onto the site, but Snacks is going to be there, shuts him down. Round will be going the way of VP, 12-2. Navi with nothing to work with once again. Now we go into the last round of the half. Navi with not a lot of money to work with. That reset will be devastating to their economy. It's going to be the double Deegs coming in, a UMP, a Galil, an AK on Simple, and utility stretched thinly between 3 players. I'm observing as well, yeah. I'm trying to observe, we'll go with. Navi put in pressure outside, and to be honest with this weaponry, it's not exactly the best for a push, but they haven't got Tech 9, so the Eagles are going to be preferred at these kind of ranges when they hit towards a yard. They're trying to wrap round on Heaven as well. Edward's up on Catwalk. But they've got Snacks, and he's going to be the thorn in their side. If they try and do anything here outside, if they try and split their way to hell, or even take control of main, he's going to be there to defend. Navi start to make their push further. Simple. Going to be leading the charge here for the terrorist team. He needs to check this back of garage because he's going to be in an awkward spot if he doesn't. Walks in through, doesn't check the corner, and Snacks will take him down. It's going to be Navi already losing out on men as Neo will follow up. Snacks still tapping away outside to great success. All onto Edward now, a 1v5 on his hands, and he'll get nothing done. Neo shuts him down, and VP, they pick up 13 rounds of the half. Great dominant half from the CT side. Looking to continue that, moving on to the second half of the map. Well, second half we go in anyway. I don't think this is the kind of result many people were expecting, really, for VP to do so well. Not only that, but also 13-2. That's not even so well. That's just excessively well. Moving into the second map, you can't have the same confidence. It is going to be Train. A good map of VP, yes, but better so for Navi. Let's see how this one goes. As we head into the pistol round, it's Taz, fast-playing ramper, who's got a bit of support. There's Flamey on the other side from the CT side, and he starts to get aggressive. He starts to push on in, but Taz is there, not being able to get him. It's Bialy to get the entry as they rush out into the A side. The Raptors control from Edward is going well. Bialy trades the kill, and now they go back and forth, exchanging frags, favouring VP heavily into this one, as the bomb should be going down shortly. 2 more CTs contend for the spot, and Flamey will land himself a 2-quick piece to pull it back for Navi. Seized wraps lower as well, trying to make his way in through Hut. But the bomb goes down. VP get into their post plants. The only issue is no armour left on these 2 players. But the same issue for Navi. They're so low, and Seized will be exploited. Snacks takes him down, all onto Flamey. They know where he last was, getting that damage done in heaven. And as he pushes out, he's going to need some quick shots. There's the first. Pasha's down, but Snacks a clutch master. He's won almost every clutch he's been in today, and I don't doubt this one he will as well. A fake on the bomb from Flamey. He doesn't have a kit, and Snacks knows it. Just biding his time and waiting in the hut. Flamey needs to get on the bomb again. He actually pushes in through. Surely that was over 10 seconds. Why did he push so quickly is my question. As Flamey takes that kill, secures Navi the round just in the nick of time. Or does he? Oh no. That is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate for Flamey. A millisecond away. Very, very unfortunate. And look at the buy from VP. This is a BM buy. This isn't a serious buy. They're 14-2, ladies and gentlemen. They don't need the money. They don't need the Mac 10s to rack up that $600 bonus. This is just to crush the hopes and dreams of Navi, looking to bring it to map point for the first one in the series. Neo, he'll dart out ramp with the support of others as well. Navi already dropping back down towards B. It's a full Mac 10 Pride parade as Virtus Pro just take control of B straight away. There's the first one. They still haven't checked the corner though, and Simple is just sitting there with a CZ75 waiting for them to cross. The bomb will be planted, but it gets committed. He doesn't stop it, but he still fires back. Taz gets return fire as Simple only finds 2. He does a huge job, but it's not enough to secure the round, and with the damage done onto players like Edward and Guardian, this is almost over. Taz, hiding in the back of Dark, goes down, but they won't expect Snacks, and he's got that going for him. He can just wait. Pounces finally. Guardian now alone. He's got 2 players, only a scout to play with. It's not a doable situation. He's going to have to try, though. This is almost over from being done. He gets a tag, tries to follow up, drops down with a pistol, but Snacks will return fire. This is insane. Snacks is tearing up today. 22-6. He was playing extremely dominantly against Hellraisers and was definitely one of the reasons that VP actually managed to push over the line and defeat them in the 3rd map. With all those clutches on Mirage, he got 3 in a row. Now moving on to this, it's absolutely no different story. And GoTV lag. I assume this is the dreaded GoTV lag that means the game's over and the server's just been shut down. Sick one. That'll be it, ladies and gentlemen. VP, I mean, really, there is nothing I can do. it's over. VP, 16 rounds, to 2. I can only assume they won that round. It does make sense with the quad AK. And yeah, when I say there have been technical issues, I continue to say that rings out to be true. It seems that VP have picked up that first map. So we'll be moving on to DE Train. And I'm going to get a clean feed that works for next time. They're making me a YouTube clean feed, so it'll work. But again, I don't know really. A very quick first map. Navi are going to be shaken a little bit after that. We didn't see a whole lot of it, but we'll be jumping into Train to follow up shortly after. Again, guys, thank you for tuning in. If you have enjoyed, !Costa in the chat. Don't know why you would. This has been a shambles from me, but hopefully we can redeem it with a great second and maybe even a 3rd map. So we'll be back very shortly with DE Train. Hello, hoping this is going to work now. We're jumping into the pistol round Navi VP second map. We're using clean feed instead of IP. Let's hope it doesn't lag. Let's see how long we last here. And I thought it lagged there, but it was actually just loading up a shot. It's going to be VP on the T side of train, running into B. Good start, running into B. C's there on the other side of the smoke. It's going to be a deep smoke as well, holding back these CTs from retaking as VP start to get aggressive. Bomb going to get dropped as C's denies the planter, and he's going to be doing good work here from the site as well, not allowing anything to go down. It's going to be seized, falling back, and man, it's annoying. Yeah, this is what I'm dealing with right now. Alright, we're throwing it to a break until we have the IP. I'm just going to have to contact admins because this clean feed's not working. Be right back.
С вами студия Рухаб, и с нами великий и бесстрашный Гардиан. А он является снайпером команды НАТО в Винсоре. И здравствуйте, мистер Кот.
Здравствуйте все.
Наконец-то у нас есть такая возможность с вами пообщаться на русском языке. И первый сразу вопрос. Как вообще вы добрались до Москвы? Как у вас настроение, как вы
За себя я скажу, у меня все хорошо, просто не выспался, я устал очень. 3 часа лететь тоже сложно иногда, когда нет возможности спать, и я думаю, все хорошо будет завтра.
Смотрите, перед финалом ESL Pro League 5-го сезона было известно, что ваша команда провела всего лишь 4 дня подготовки. А сколько вы готовились к Адреналин Сайбер?
Ну, я так скажу сразу, что у нас очень сложно тренироваться, потому что у меня свадьба, мне надо тоже каждое дело сделать, и много времени нет. А так скажу, я думаю, было 5 или 6 дней, не помню 100%. Но я думаю, мы поиграли много, потренировались и что-то показали на тренировке. Думаю, что мы можем что-то показать завтра.
Первый ваш противник – это команда Flipside Tactics. Что ты вообще можешь сказать об этой команде? Вы вообще тренировались с этими?
Мы с ними не играли, и я их долго не видел на сцене. Долго не играли, никакой турнир. И вообще не знаю, как они играют, если они тренировались или нет. Значит, это сложная игра будет всегда, когда мы не знаем, как противник играет. Это очень сложная игра, и мы должны играть просто нашу игру. И возможности подготовиться под Flipside не будет, потому что не играли никакой турнир, демки нет. И они всегда такая команда, которая может играть любую команду, если там попадают, убивают. А у них хороший капитан, он очень умный, я считаю, и я думаю, очень сложно будет играть.
По поводу проблем. Команда Navi. Существует два мнения в комьюнити. Это одно мнение о том, что вот с приходом Симпа команда начала сдавать, мало результатов, только одна победа на ESL One New York. И потом вторая сторона – это то, что Денис Костин, СИС, не справляется с капитанством. Вот как ты считаешь, вот как ты ответишь комьюнити на эти мнения? В чем проблема команды Navi?
Я бы не сказал, что это проблема, не знаю, там, что мы поменяли состав или другие. А с Денисом, конечно, ему надо еще научиться, как быть капитаном, как справляться с ситуациями, когда, например, там проиграем там, счет 10-0, что ему делать. Иногда он просто не знает. А так ему надо помочь. Все должны что-то ему сказать, чтобы он получал кайф от игры или просто получал все, что надо от игры, и чтобы не был в стрессе каждый день. Конечно, ему надо еще времени, и может быть, еще это будет полгода. Я не знаю. Надо еще времени, и я думаю, наша эра придет.
Что ты еще можешь сказать по поводу других команд, которые будут участвовать в Адреналине? Это Virtus.pro, Hellraisers, и кто может победить в этом матче вообще?
Я бы сказал, что сейчас по результатам и как играют команды, я бы сказал, что Hellraisers могут очень легко обыграть все команды, так и нас, так и Virtus.pro, так и Flipside. А Virtus.pro, они такие, я бы не сказал, у них такой привод, как у нас. Они не могут показать результат, они могут тренироваться 24/7, но не получается. Да, не получается. Не знаем почему. Там могут быть другие проблемы. Например, там у Паши вторая дочь, жизнь другая. Не знаю. То же самое может быть. Я бы сказал, что Hellraisers тут как фаворит на этом чемпионате. И посмотрим завтра.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We're jumping into the game. Finally, I think we're restarting the pistol right here, going straight into the second lap of the grand final. I'm not too sure what's been going on, but we're finally back in. And we are all sorted technically. We've got the YouTube clean feed now, so things are starting to look good here on the English stream, but no issues at all. I've been watching it for the past 10 minutes. It's all been fine. So we're back into the game. We're restarting the pistol. We had server issues, but hopefully they've been resolved. It's VP on that T side once again. This is the second map. They've already picked up the first in a very dominant fashion, looking to continue to do so, but it's Navi here missing their shots. Edward specifically not able to land that final kill onto VP as they start to make their way out of main, but instead it's going to be Snacks who's deep in B. The lurk play for the Virtus Pro side, trying to get himself behind enemy lines, trying to do that damage, but it's seized. Tapping back with the USP, one for him. Edward will follow up with a single kill as well, and VP, despite winning that first pistol, it seems that they are going to be falling apart when they come to replay it. Bialy, the last man standing, and he will get one, but he's got no armour. The bomb is dropped, and he has 30 seconds left to get anything done. Wrapping round Heaven, going to be heard, spamming away, sees damage, but makes it out with 1 HP, not even losing armour as well, so can reinvest in that. Very close. Looking to try and close this out in 2 maps as VP as Navi fight back for the victory. Of course, last map was nuke, so you can't hold it too close to your heart because, take into account, yeah, that's a map that Navi really are not very good at. So coming into this one, this is where Navi are probably more at home. They're likely going to be a little more prepared, especially moving on to their T side later. Nuke there looks severely underprepared and just not ready at all for that matchup. Scout on Pasha, not able to connect. He's got the Eagle support. Will finally rally off, and Bialy manages to spam enough bullets into Guardian to take him down. Simple though to trade on that CT side with his aggression. And C's getting caught out through the smoke from Taz already. Damage done by VP, but this should not be conducive to a round here. They should be falling short eventually. As a 2v3 is in play, VP wrapping back round, picking up the bomb, but Navi still do have control of both sides. A little more passive over towards that B side of the map as Edward sits on top of the train outside a connector. But still, it's A where they're hitting, and Leo, he'll open things up. Simple trades, all onto Taz. Minute left. Simple's up in the rafters. That's the best position probably for the job. He can play very, very passive, but can also stop a bomb plant if it's on the right side of the train. Height advantage is going to be easy. Take down a deagling player and Taz with no armour as well. This would be a phenomenal clutch if he could pick it up, but he does expect upper. He moves towards the top train, checking these corners. Oh, spot Simple. That's a kill. That's a good kill as well. Now he has 20 seconds. He can get this bomb down before Amble can rotate in time, and Taz will get the plant. Now he's in a doable situation, but with no rifle, he's going to be a little bit worried. Actually going to go to retrieve Simples. And this is ballsy because it's very expected play. I think Edward would imagine that this has gone through, but he's checking all his angles just to be safe. Taz waits from the heavens. He does it. Gets the clutch. A 1v2 with just a deagle, no armor, and 50 HP. Doesn't even get tagged. Great work. VP continuing their dominance over from Nuke. Taz especially. And that was very well played. Surprised Edward did not expect that push into Heaven as well. So now we see Navi, they are going to be forcing things up. They've got pistols, got Flamey on the scout as well. VP, lots of SMGs. They have been going for more kind of scrambled buys. This is the most rifles I've seen them pick up, and it's probably just because they saved that M4. Buying up YAK alongside it. I think if Taz didn't say that, we'd like to see a UMP or a Mac-10 in his hands, because VP love to do that. And to be fair, it has been working fairly well. They've converted, I think, all their pistols by now. And their anti-ecos alongside, so yeah, good damage. But either way, gonna have that scout on Flamey, just play that rotation role, switch back and forth between the two sites, depending on where Virtus Pro are putting pressure on. And this time it's going to be A. Mollies and smokes coming out. They are just raining over the site. And I think this scout's going to start to rotate in as well. I think Flamey knows exactly what's coming on. Coming in through the CT spawn. Edward does strike first with the deagle on the site. Good one from him. Drops Taz early on. That's one of the two rifles removed. But Neo and Pasha will fight back. And the shot from the upper position as well from Guardian will not get anything done. Flame, or Flamey, as he's actually called, is stuck towards CT. Getting cornered in, pincered by Pasha. Oh, good shot there with the back 10. Digs him from a range, puts him down to 40, and now he's been hunted. Caesar's done a bit of damage to the Snacks, but there's nothing considerable here for the side of Navi. They've got to give up this round. Trying to hold on to his gun, trying to exit there with some damage still, but Pasha hunts him. And Pasha's been playing really good this event as well. I think that's something you need to pick up from. A lot of people like to bash on him being one of the weaker links, at least for Virtus Pro, but he has not been stepping down this tournament. He's been up there with the big boys, like Snacks, for example, every single game. Win or lose, rain or shine, Pasha has been making his mark. Now either way, by coming through for VP again, we have Navi saving up, as you would expect to seize on that saved weapon. Now we see the fast burst play from Virtus Pro once again, at least just in Pasha. He's already pushed in deep. Lots of utility used to get into this position, but it's a great one. Simple actually denying that M4 player Neo. Takes down that first kill. Sees as well wrapping, will drop Snacks to the bomb. And what's happening here, Virtus Pro, they're against one armoured player and they're already in a 5-on-3. Pasha can hold the rotations, but he gets dinked in the process. The one player who could have been in a really good position to shut down these CTs is dinked, looking in for more against Guardian, but he knows he's low. He can't afford to face too much. He needs to leave this job to Bialy and Taz, but Bialy has gone down alongside Taz. It's all onto Pasha. 7 HP. Navi on an almost full eco. And look, they have that connector player as well. Flamey is right on his behind. And Navi will pick it up. A 2-2 scoreline. They keep things rocking with an eco round win. Still, VP force things up and they get a good buy behind it as well. Limited utility, it's going to be Bialy and Pasha to watch out for in that regard, but we've got that orb. Neo on the Deagle, throwing a rifle over. Pasha trying to push himself out of main here, trying to look for a pick, but Simple does. 2 quick headshots. Snacks looking for more. Simple is just locking down this A site. 3 for him. Not allowing Virtus Pro a thing in this round. The orb being removed as well. And Simple just holding on tight, waiting for Taz to make his way outside of B, but he seeks around the corner. I'm not sure if Simple will react to this in time. Taz crouches, but Simple flicks, and there's a 4th headshot in the round, looking for the ace, and it's going to be Bialy coming out of the clock. Simple will be tasked with the job, but he's not going to step up to it. Falls down before the 5th, and Flamey trades. And Simple, he still made his massive impact into that round. 4 headshots to shut down VP. That's unfortunate for VP. They try and force things back up, try and bring it back into contention, but now it is going to fall short. Now it's pistols and armour. As they burst play this A site, seized, fully blind, not even a reaction shot there, just shoots in through the whiteness and takes Bialy straight away. Deep nades, nothing really done with them, but it's Simple with the rifle once again. Another headshot. Can you even expect anything else from him? He's going to go for the spray. Simple is big. Another 2k for him. Edward will clean up with the damage done by Simple. And Navi 4-2 on the CT side. That force from VP, a bit tasteless. Not a lot to play with. Seems that VP are on their 3rd force or eco in a row. Missing the shot, Guardian. Just a little bit off, looking for a little bit more. Will spot Bialy, but again, misses a shot. They're getting damage done onto him as well. They're tagging him down. Of course, he'll stop committing to the angle if he gets too tagged up, but he needs to get a kill at some point. This is Guardian. This isn't your regular matchmaking player. This guy knows what he's doing. He's missing these easy shots, though, and VP are allowed to tag away with no fight back. Still pistols maintained here from the T side as they start to push their way up into main. Simple on the other side, going to be waiting, tap, won't connect, joins Edward up top. go for the fight. The reposition, Edward drops him down, Simple as well, follows him in tow. Not wanting to give away a gun to these pistol players early on. But Neo, okay, I like this. Don't push into the connector, that'd be silly. Wrap round the back of CT spawn, that would make more sense. But okay, Edward gets caught with his pants down. Weapon, but on his back, the nade's out of his hand, and now we're going to see Neo take control of that B site. Molly's in deep, Snacks gets himself a 1 dig. Neo catches a rotation. Is it going to be another eco win? No, surely not. Snacks, he's going to take seized. The one man who could have made the difference, but it's not going to work out. VP pick of the round. A full eco for them. That is phenomenal. We've seen 2 eco wins in the last 3 rounds. That is something else here. Both teams managing to get that done. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Great aggression from Neo. Snacks hits a very crucial 1 dig and then follows up with a second shot as well. It's a round for VP, and they never should have won, but I'm sure Navi are in similar seats with their previous win. Oh, Snacks. Tag down to 18. I think he was shot through Pasha at that point as well. So much damage done. The double AWP full Virtus Pro is already tagged up heavily. Both players of it. VP just spread on their default. Not going to be committing anywhere early on, waiting for Navi to bring in some aggression. We've seen a bit of pushing from Simple, nothing too off the cards here, but he's been getting up close in main and in pop dock a little bit, so he's been bringing some pressure, and he's looking to do, and Virtus Pro are looking for him to do that again so they can exploit him and take him down early on. Guardian again, this is the flick shot over on the cross. Here he comes through, no significant damage. VP reconvening back towards his A site. Edward waiting on the spot. It's going to be VP throwing in their smokes, and the utility just raining in, but counter smokes come out from Simple. Getting up close in main so they can't push on through it. Snacks posted, he doesn't want to expose himself too much, but Simple will, and Bialy takes the kill. Virtus Pro already with the entry. Guardian has to whip back round from CT spawn, giving up the Ivy control, but as a result that just lets VP just sneak on out with no defense at all coming out from this CT side. Snacks, he finds himself another opener. This is Bialy to trade things back out, but it's still a favourable position for VP, but not when we have Edward in the lines. He's flicking back and forth, gets himself one. Flamey follows up and Neo trades onto Edward, but time is so low, they need to get this plant. It will eventually come through for Neo as they hold the rotation to stop Flamey getting back into that A site, but still he's in for his shot. Pasha holds the angle, it waits, but he zooms out. Could have committed to that angle. I feel like that would have been way better. He would have got the guarantee of getting a kill, but he re-peeks back in, takes it anyway. And that'll be the round going to VP once again, still keeping as close as ever. Okay, Simple. 1D going to be tagging onto Taz, and we may see another eco win after all. This burst from VP, it's not working out already. 2 kills, make that 3 coming in for Navi. What is happening here? Snacks is going to have to pull things back with the help of Pasha's AWP play as well. He will grab himself a quick burst on the Guardian, but the flank from Seized, dropping in through Pop Dog. It seems like only pistols are beating rifles here. Rifles aren't beating rifles as Pasha looks to make his way out onto the site. He's got a lot to do. There's the first, but no more than that. Edward trades from the site, and Navi, another eco win. I'm not even impressed at this point. It's just happening again and again and again. Still able to buy up. They are going to have both sides on the rifles. AWP back in, but this time only a single one for VP. They've been picking up that double up quite a lot, even on the T side of Train. They did earlier up against Hellraisers on the same map. They actually managed to pick up. Now Pasha, he's going to be focused on that instead of giving it over to Snacks. Sitting in towards B-Halls. Flash will come through. That's from Pasha. This will allow him to push up forward, and there's the first. Spotted out. Seas has been tagged a little bit. Nothing significant. Guardian aggression on A. This can cause a rotation. Look at Simple's position on the minimap. He's making his way all the way down to B, just thanks to Guardian clearing out all of these angles. He gets all the information that, okay guys, they're not hitting A, but he's wrong. They have 3 players with smokes outside the A site, 2 ready to drop in through Pop Dog with a bomb, and Guardian will take one. That will force Simple back. He should rotate towards the A site, and he will. You can see him on the minimap there, as Navi now know exactly what's up. The smokes are going to start to rain on over, or at least you hope they will. Coming out, Guardian tries to block it. To no avail, and now VP, they're going to start to burst out onto the site. It's Edward playing close. He jumps up on the train, gets the information, but the wall of smokes isn't down, and that allows Snacks to pounce. Navi will trade one back, though, in the hands of Guardian without AWP, but Neo still on the site doing damage. The bomb faked, forces out a peek from Flamey, and he goes down to Bialy, but Guardian still wrecking face as he runs round the back of the site on a 4K right now. He's on a tear. Trade from Neo. One more kill going to be needed for VP, and he has 10 seconds to do so. Sticks the bomb. Actually jumps off it at the last second and spots out Simple. He knows where he is exactly. 10 seconds. He's going to chase this one. He's going to take the fight, but Simple wins. And that's a basic mistake. If Neo committed to that bomb, that round would have been okay if they lost it. He would have been able to have a little more money to go for that buy in the upcoming one. But now their money's going to be limited thanks to that lack of bomb plant. Guardian goes massive. Guardian gets a 4K. And while I understand why he pushed there trying to catch off Simple, not going to work out for him. VP, pistols again. We have a double deagle. That's going to be it. Can't count them out, obviously, but 3 Glocks is going to hurt them more than it can help them. Snacks caught on the cross. VP, no utility to work with for this round. It's going to be very difficult to get anything done. Navi should be right to shut this one down unless we see these Deagles pull out something massive. Been thrown over to Bialy instead of Snacks, who's been tagged up significantly. Spamming away with the M4. Good damage done by Flamey. C, so actually picking up the first kill of the round. Sprays down 2 down towards B. Flamey supporting the heavens, watching C's behind as it seems, and he will be able to pick up 1 as well. C's mopping up the pieces, and Pash with just a Glock. Time to run in and die, buddy. It's over. Navi picked up a 7th round on the CT side. He hunts him eventually. Okay. Something going on. Headsets are taken off. Or just getting adjusted at least. Not sure. VP timeout. Okay, cool. VP obviously taking a second to work out what they want to do. This isn't, the kind of map they should be. This isn't a map pick, so this is the one that they should let slip out of the 2, obviously. But after 16-2ing Navi on Nuke, I kind of went into this one with a little bit more expectation of VP to maybe show up, to show that plow, and to just charge on and maybe knock down Navi here. But Navi CT side seems ruthless, and Guardian is on fire without AWP. That's really holding the VP back more than anything right now. Guardian and Simple, the dynamic duo, the hard-hitting powerhouse. They seem to be doing the damage onto VP. And with those two really going off and firing on all cylinders, it's very hard to get yourself out of the sights. That's why we've seen a lot of these pistol wins as well done. Guardian not missing these shots with the AWP. He missed a couple of early ones on anti-ecoing players, but not anymore. Not anymore. As VP back on the rifle, set up towards Ivy. Once again, it's Simple posted. No AWP though this time. Gonna back off. He will spot them. Shots come through. Counter smoke to hold them off for a few more seconds as well. And a molly just to force Edward back from being aggressive. That's a molly just sincerely based on the way that Navi plays aggressively. VP clearly have done a bit of research into this one, done their homework. Navi love to take this drop-down control, but Flamey is already back in position. A re-molly goes out, and VP hear the burning. They now know that Flamey is going to be somewhat close in this position, or at least somewhat more. And when Edward backs off to electric box, it's going to force Navi to actually smoke him out, so VP can't even commit to that angle. Simple, still being pressured over on Ivy. As Pasha pushes up, Navi aren't going to go help him out. Instead, Simple just leaves the position. They leave it fully open. Now Flamey needs to focus it, and he will be tasked with doing so. Smoke comes down to hold him back once again. Pasha left with nothing to do, and Snacks running out onto the site. There we go. There's a 2 entry piece. Simple does respond though with the M4, and he'll spray away, but it's Bialy who catches him through smoke, and Pasha who just dives in late from the Ivy play. Good timing from him to show up to the scene. It's all onto Seized. VP have surely got themselves a 5th round here. It can't be thrown away, and Pasha, another shot from him. 2 in the bag. VP, a 5th round on the board. Keeping this one alive. The tactical pause clearly helping out there. And I like the way they play that. They leave Pasha on the late lurk up through Ivy, similar to how kind of Dupree plays it over on the side of Astralis. He's just that late player. He pushes in, he does the flanking, but he's also, you know, able to do that solo. He can get those entries, but not overextending at all. Now Navi, double up is in. Guardian and Seized picking it up. This has got to be off spawn. This is no way that they would pick Seized over Simple usually, but Seized going for that fast B upper pick, in case VP switched up the pace and rushed into B, but nothing comes through. And there we go. Seized lands a first shot. Will be able to fall on back with that as well. Bialy's dropped. And now VP still focused on this B site despite that pickup. They're put into a really tough spot. Man disadvantage. Navi not facing enough for them to trade. Now flashes and smokes go through. VP starting to commit. The smoke going to hold off that AWP of C's back in the connector. And he might even chuck that over to Simple as they rotate on him. But look at the aggressive positioning for Flamey on the other side of the train, chasing for the kills. He gets nothing. Snacks takes him down, but with only 5 points of health. At least he's done damage, I say. Taz still waiting in the wings. No need to get too aggressive for VP because Edward is there. And so is the rest of the gang of Navi. Simple indeed showing up for a kill of his own. And Taz is just going to be dropped by him. It just leaves Pasha in a 1v4. First kill comes out. Molly for the bomb, but we have a smoke left on Navi. That's going to be on Edward. Unfortunate here. They swap out the AWP for another M4. Pasha just waits for the tap. There's the molly. Wraps back round to lower, but again, they do have this smoke for the bomb, and it will be placed very well. He flashes on through. Smoke goes down. They can now get on the defuse, and one player should be dedicated to, but Pasha pushes out a bit early. Maybe expected them to be on the bomb, but no sound was heard. And Navi pick up the round 8-5. Now though, VP, not with a lot of cash. Second last of the half, they've got 4 AKs. They're just going for that burst, that fast push out over on the A side. The Guardian, as I said, has been stepping up, and he will continue. Simple caught on the ladder, though. Pasha returns 2 shots, and Guardian picks up his 3rd of the round. He is just holding back VP. Without Guardian right now, VP would be all over Navi. I've got to say. This is a 1-man show, or a 2-man show. Simple, of course, doing very well alongside. But Snacks, I'm not counting him out just yet. The round's not exactly over. Edward spotted, although that damage should seal the deal here. Should seal the fate of the final Polish player. Oh well, Edward takes him down. (9-5) last round. VP attempting to buy. They lose in the 10-5, be a bit unfortunate, but they can get themselves a 6th. That's a fairly good half for this, first half. As they set up outside of A again, the smoke take going to come through. We've seen this before from VP. 2 players focusing outside of B. Bit of a distraction play. Throw some flashes, make Navi think that they're actually committing to some kind of late B play, but instead the smoke's rain over A, and these guys drop in through drop down. Come out through the pop dog and try and split with these other players making their way out of main. Let's see if Guardian can hold back the AWP mastery here. We're going to have a rush out of main. Flamey is blinded fully. Navi is going to be overwhelmed here by the amount of Tech 9s running in, but it seems like it's not an issue for Flamey, who shuts down the first push in. Edward as well on a 2k right now. Simple going on a tear. It's all onto Bialy. A 1v3 is going to be needed, and he gets a first, but still no rifle has been picked up, and this limits him severely. He gets caught in the open, has to reload, but he chases down Seized, looking for this kill, and the dink comes through the side of the wall as well. Bialy, another shot to land in the chest of Seized. And it's a 1v1. Edward, no! Bialy picks up the 1v3. I have no idea how, but he does it. And that will be Virtus Pro picking up 6 rounds on the half. Oh my god. I have absolutely no idea how that happens. I have absolutely no idea. Incredible stuff from Bialy. He goes huge. Not exactly the man on the team as well that you look to make these incredibly flashy clutches. It's typically players like Snacks, for example. They are the guys to do the masterful clutching, but Bialy can't take it away from him at all. What a huge round for Navi to overface and lose just because they thought they'd close it out. Look at this. There's the first. Okay, you assume it's done then. You assume they play together. But sees he makes a mistake of jump crossing back. And he actually gets on top of the site, giving Bialy a second to react. Edward, I mean, he just takes a fight. Bit of an unjustified fight, but the reason being is he didn't want Bialy to go get a rifle. He wanted him to stick with a Tech 9. Obviously, in the end, that came back and haunted him. But he didn't want him to get himself a rifle because then it would have been realistically more dangerous. So I get the last peek. It makes a bit of sense. You can justify it, but still, in the first place, overfacing from the side of Navi. Well, back into it. Scoreline broken. Not sure that will get fixed. Let's hope so. But it was a 9-6 half in favour of Navi. So VP going to need 10 to win. Navi are only going to need 7. Look at the aggression early on from the CT side. Navi pushed all the way up. That's actually VP, sorry, on the CT side. I did make a bit confusing. These names are broken right now, but we're going to open things up on the T side. Shut down that first bit of aggression. We're still going to have the CTs fighting though, and that's a bit of a mistake. They're trying to trade things back, but simple. He's going to be able to take down Pasha, and the rotation is being held by Edward with a Tech 9. Taz follows up with another kill, and now 2 players remain for Navi. No, VP. Those names at the top are completely wrong. But still, a 2-on-3. Navi should have this in their hands, but as I say that, Taz, he's going to drop down the ladder, finds himself a kill onto Flamey. Now it's a 2-on-2. Bomb making its way to the site over on A, so Navi will have that bomb down, but VP, they're going to be hot on the rotations. The issue is they're split up here. That makes it difficult, but allows for a bit of a crossfire. Guardian smoke out. Bad timing for him. He puts it away. Peeks out onto Taz. Tries to take the fight, but the Tech 9 better at range. However, it won't land. He takes him down, and the nade doing good damage onto Bialy, putting him down to only a mere 15, but we've seen him do this before, or at least a similar situation. Sitting in the middle of the site, seized, throws in a flashbang. That blinds him temporarily, and he won't be able to do anything here. With no kit, no armour, limited HP, it's a single bullet to shut him down, and Guardian will land it. 10 rounds going to be found for Navi as they move over to that second half. Short break, I can imagine. Not sure what's going on here. Maybe another timeout. Technical, tactical. Who really knows at this point? Predictions are a mess. But we'll be going back in. There we go. So, obviously, Navi buying down. VP, we can expect a bit of a force coming in for this one. Navi, VP, those names are really going to mess me up. VP, not really invested too heavily into this. They've just got a couple of pistols. It's going to be no armour supporting, and that will just allow C's to burst up through Ivy really quickly. One for him. Neo trades with the pistol, but again, the MP7, the storm of SMGs to rack up that $600 kill reward. Bialy trades one, but he switches weapon, and Snacks actually gets a knife. Cheeky beaky, he pulls out the AK as well. Snacks is making this one happen. It's all onto Simple. A 1v2. The bomb is dropped in favour of VP. And he's got a lot to do. Taz going to be spotted though. In the open goes down. The trade attempted and succeeded. Snacks gets the knife and he follows up with 2 massive kills to secure VP the round. Look at this. Grabs it. Holds up. Okay. It was just a replay of the knife, not the second kill. Either way, Navi now forced down to Eco. They're not even going to be forcing up. But, I mean, we've seen Ecos already this map, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen some great work. So, can't get too complacent in these rounds. As you can see, Navi looking for that pick over on B. It's Flamey to get spotted in heaven. No nades here over on the B side. Pasha's the only one, but he's equipped over towards Ivy. So they can't throw that down to finish him off, but still, engagement should be okay. Simple is going to start to peek out. He has that one lone deagle. It's been thrown over. Looks for that fight. Goes down. And that's all the hope of the round really lost. They can pick that up and recycle it, but it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do this because it's just going to be 1v1s. There's no trade potential here with Glocks. Just throwing around a deagle between each player means that, yeah, you can peek out if you get one kill. That's okay, but a burst with a Glock, you know, running out to the site, you're going to have enough CTs to shut them down. Yeah, Ali's just going to wallbang out the last. Guardian goes down. Round going once again to VP. And we are back in. Score is 10 to 8. For those wondering, the scoreboard is bugged. Into the second half now. Navi, they are going to be buying up with Tech 9s. We have the names fixed at least at the top for the time being. Seized up through Ivy, rest of them outside main, and we have one player set in the pop dog. It's going to be a three-pronged attack on the EA site unless they shift too much up. And this is kind of the strategy that we saw VP showing a lot of the buy rounds of their T side. You can see they've given up now the Ivy control. They're taking the bomb to Pop Dog, and that's because you can just run straight down the line as soon as you exit Pop Dog, get that bomb down the site. Easy does it in the smoke. And now the smokes will rain in. Let's see if Navi can get this bomb down. Let's see if they can get some damage as well. The plant will come through. They'll commit with it, so they will get the stick. And Seized will actually grab a kill to Neo. Now things are getting difficult here for VP. They need to pick up a couple of quick kills, and Pasha will look for it, but he gets shut down by the pistol. Snack does return with 2 kills though, and leaves it alone to Simple. A 1v3. Hidden behind electric box, waiting to take a single engagement. If he can peek out, bait a quick kill, this could be good, but the dink comes in through the side of the electric box, and Taz will close it out. It will be the round going to VP once again. Keeping it alive here in the second map. After a strong first half, I was expecting Navi to maybe close this one out, but it seems like VP really want to make their money's worth. They want to bring this back. If they manage to take this series in 2-0, that would be phenomenal. So, 10 to 9 now. VP 1 round away from catching up, and if they win this, they get an Antico after it, in which case they can, well, you know, assuming Navi don't find, they get an Antico, in which case they can potentially get 11 to 10, take that scoreboard ahead. Flash comes through Ivy, Pasha shoots, doesn't connect, and he just re-smokes to hold back these teams so they can't push up through. Navi though still set up outside of B. This could be a potential late round B play. They've got a lot of control towards the brown walls. Guardians there with the AWP and with passive positioning as well. They can start to push on out. But look at this rotation from VP. This is ballsy. They go for the triple B setup. This is off of barely any information as well. Just the flash and B halls is what they have to work off. They have Bialy pushed up in Pop Dog so he can spot for any kind of late round A aggression. But they're leaving the task to Snacks of holding both Ivy and main. Very dangerous, but again, Navi don't know this. They don't know the setup they're up against, so they're not going to be ready to exploit. As we can see, bit of a fake down towards B. They're not going to commit. Bialy holds a catch out as Edward tries to drop down into the Pop Dog. They will finally make their way back into B as the smoke starts to dissipate. Neo gets aggressive, but he just backs off at the wrong time. They'll push in through the smoke, and Neo, he finally realises his mistake, swings back in wide, but Simple takes him. Taz from below, going to be able to spike onto 1 and Pasha as well, but it's still a 2-on-3. Bomb plant going through, and it will be committed by Flamey. He gets that money guarantee, but Seized is still tagged up in B halls. And Bialy's rounding the corner to shut him down. Pasha on the back lines as well, looking for the knife. All right, Pasha, cheeky. He's already got a knife over in Nuke. That was earlier on in the previous map against Navi, but not going to get one over on Train, at least for the time being. But that's the thing, bomb plant comes down, so now Navi can actually reinvest. I said that they would get 11 rounds after they anti-eco, but now the Navi plant, their money should be good enough, once we have to go for this buy. And okay, no, it's not as much as I would have expected. They still had the loss bonus, so actually it's a bit of a scramble buy. They've got a double AK, triple pistol, but despite investing all this money into this, they're still going to be able to buy up next round, regardless how this one goes, just because the loss bonus is capped at 3,400. Let's see if they can get anything done with this mixed buy, though, because it's a low risk, high reward, obviously. Taz and Bialy going to be shutting down the first couple of entries, though. There's nothing coming through. These players are just caught in the open, and VP are slaughtering. Up to 11 now. But now the proper buy comes out. Now's where they fully invest. But they're actually going to take a pause. I think that is. To work out what their game plan is for this round. So VP have finally taken the lead. And Navi haven't really been put onto many ecos. They've been going for a lot of these kind of like half buys, getting in these pistols, getting in this armor and the catalyst rifles to try and get entries. Of course, to no success here on the T side. Maybe things will change after this tactical pause. Have a chat with the coach. C's was being very vocal earlier, at least in their games against Flipside. And they took the pauses. You could see C's was very animated, very aware, breaking down deep strategy, it seemed, because he was talking for a good couple of minutes. But this time it's a bit slower. I can only imagine maybe more of a default, or even just a set strategy that they're going to be prone to using anyway. So Navi didn't really have too much of a talk between that pause time there. But let's see how they do. Guardian just posted on Ivy. The molly is going to come down, so he won't be able to get anything done just yet. Even so. Navi just setting up outside of B, though. There is going to be the late round B play once again, but we have Bialy, same position from him, just holding the pop dog. Waiting for any kind of push to come in. The nade gets dropped. They're aware this time. They don't want to let him actually exploit this position, and he does. The molly comes in to keep him in that angle, but he actually just backs out as soon as it dissipates. And now Navi center towards B. We see the pre-rotations. Virtus Pro know exactly what's going on here. They're going to draw players back towards this side of the map. We have Navi about to burst in through. And Pasha with the AWP, surely one free kill will come in as long as he picks before the smoke pops. But he does, he misses a shot. It's going to be down to his team to pick it up in close range. Taz, oh, look at that flank from Edward, just jumping over the site, being able to catch him out. Pasha goes down, and now the back lines players of Virtus Pro are going to have to step up here. As the bomb gets planted, we'll see Navi start to get a bit aggressive. Simple's grabbed himself an AWP for the post plant, and he can push in with that as well. Get aggressive, bring the pain at least to the side of Virtus Pro. Neo pushing in close as well. He gets damage done, but no kill. Guardian finds Bialy in the meantime, and Taz cleans up that kill the Neo started. It's a 3-on-3, and Simple just holds on, not knowing where Neo is. He's going to jump up. Guardian gets flanked, and Snacks comes in from the back, finally going to pounce to do the damage, but his angle's being held from Simple, who's going to react quick enough. Gets traded by Neo, but Neo goes big, and 2 kills come in for him. Time for the defuse. VP have got to be happy about that round. What a comeback. It looked like it was all in for Navi, and look at the disappointment on Simple's face. He is so upset about that round. He did everything he could. He shut down the rotator of Snacks, but Neo was just too quick. You can see why he has that airplane tattooed on his hand, because it seems like if they don't start picking it up, Navi are going to be sent flying home very, very shortly. VP, they're on a tear. They're up to 12 rounds against 10. This half has been phenomenal for them, and it's looking to continue. The AWP is back out, but the AWP of Guardian is gone. Bialy shuts it down through main. This is what we see when we talk about the plough. They are just dominating. Pasha denying the presence of Edward, and it will be simple to pick things back up with an individual kill, but again, it's not going to be enough. 2 will, though. However, the nade will send him back down to the grave, and C's is now left to clutch. 3 for Simple. I mean, what more can he do? What more can he do in this round? It C's, though, to help out his brethren. As Snacks gets a bit too aggressive over on Ivy, expects him not to be there. Gets taken down, now sees rerouting back in through main. Taz trying to wrap the long way round. It's all down to timing. If C's commits to this, issue is I can't see the clock here, but I don't think he has a lot of time to go. I think he just has to push out. Otherwise, he could hold for significantly longer and Taz will be closer on his heels, but this is perfect from Taz. Reading the game, knowing exactly what's going on, but sees it depends where he plants. Is he going to go for a safe option, or is he going to plant, out in the open where Taz can exploit? Because right now, oh no, he's walking into B. Taz has no idea. This is good. This is really good from C's because Taz's position was perfect to shut him down if he committed to an A plant, but instead it's going to be B, and Taz will be coming in from the B heavens. That plant comes down, very open, very deep. He's going to be able to play that from CT spawn, but actually pushes aggressively back towards the ramp. Taz is close here, and sees he's expecting it. He's fully aware of the possibility, but Taz instead is going to come from up. But the issue is, from this movement, probably have to make a drop unless he lands it right. He does. It's a one-on-one, and Seized is holding the complete right angle, but he's shielded by the pallet. Taz won't be able to see him, I don't think. Oh no, he's walked right past Seized. He's going to strike. Great play from him. Picks up the round for Navi, and it keeps them in this. Either way, Navi, they can't afford to get reset here. They got one round. But if they lose this one, the money is going to come crashing back down, and the $1,400 loss bonus will make them lose this game very likely. It's 12-11 for those who've just joined. The scoreline is a bit bugged. We're into the second half though. VP going strong as ever. Bialy top of the board right now for this CT side. Double AWP out for Virtus Pro. Here comes the push. Neo blinded. He's going to go for the shot. Lands a bit of a damage through the wall, but he doesn't get a kill. And Taz will pick up one in the meantime, but Trey comes through for Ebb, with Neo finally smacked back down. And still, there are two low HP players. Simple, obviously trying to pick up an AWP, will finally do so. He had no gun in his hands for a while. 3 players on Navi, all tagged up, and only 1 on VP. But look at that shot from Simple. Disgusting stuff. Removes Neo out from the equation. And now the retake is on, but VP got to be a bit worried. Simple's on that AWP, and we know how dangerous this guy can be. He's already mad. He's on fire right now. And the aggression from Simple turning into in-game prowess as he drops Bialy as well, leaving 2 members of VP to try and retake. Snacks sat towards connector. Are they even trying for this one? Are they just holding? They've got 2 AWPs, looking for an opportunity to come their way, and it will. Edward over faces, but still this time is so little. I'd be surprised if they commit to it right now. I really would not agree with it, to be honest. And yeah, I think they're going to realise that too. Running on back, or apparently not going for it. Simple finds himself another. And this round was a Simple round. It was just all down to him to step up and win it for the team. Everyone goes down with the bomb but Snacks. Navi, most importantly, they win another round. However, the money's got to be low after that one. Seems like the rounds where Simple get like 3 kills, the Navi win. The rounds that Simple doesn't get 3 kills, Navi lose. There's a correlation here that we're seeing. But actually a timeout from the team that won the round, and that's mainly due to their money being crushed. Not only is it low, but also they lost all 5 players in that previous round despite winning it. So now they have nothing to fall back on. At least it's equal. It's 12-12 right now. I think. I need to open back up the scoreboard and do some quick maths. Yeah, 12-12. Just waiting on this game to start again. The 60-second timeout should be over in just a second. They might have used 2 or something. This feels like a lot longer than a minute. And let's see if Navi can bring this one back after VP had a very nice streak on this second half, or if VP will eventually just clamp down, the plow will continue. It seems like it's down for reparations right now. They've lost out on the last couple of rounds and made some interesting mistakes while doing so as well. I mean, that push from, I think it was Pasha in the previous round, just pushing into the site with about 15 seconds left, when he knew he couldn't win it, when Snacks was already saving, but Pasha just runs out into the open, gets called out by, I think it was Simple. These are the kind of mistakes we can't be seeing made from VP, because that doesn't just come down to, not missing, not hitting their shots. It just comes down to making the right call. Either way. See some aggression from VP. Snacks with the Mag 7. Signature weapon there. Simple's holding on passively. Navi are going to be giving all the room to VP right now. Letting them get themselves into these crevices like Snacks has done. Let's see if he commits with this. Because right now he just seems to be holding the angle. Not wanting to push up into the jaws of Navi. In the meantime, it's Pasha scoped down on Ivy. Navi playing this one very, very slowly. It seems like they're looking for an aggressive play from VP, but nothing has been coming out the entire game, so I'm not sure why it would change now. Maybe just because they picked up the last couple of rounds, it might force VP to change up the style, but look at that pick from Pasha. He doesn't realise Flamey's close though, and that'll be a great way to get a pick up from Flamey. He strikes, there's one, Neo trades and Stacks with the Mag 7 finally makes his presence known in the drop down. Going to finally try and bait out the ladder, force him to peek, and Edward will. He goes down, hands over a Galil, but Snacks swaps it back up for the Mag 7. Way better gun, clearly, leaving just Simple on top of the rafters, on top of the trains, or in the middle of the site. There's the first, drops back down. It's still in the realms of possibility. This is Simple after all, and he finds two just as the smoke blooms. Bialy going down. Simple now left with a bomb. He can get this plant and only 20 seconds remaining, but he's actually seemingly going to wrap inside a B. This is clever, but it's also incredibly risky because he's going to need to start running. That will make a lot of noise. He doesn't have time to sneak the whole way here. 10 second on the clock hits. He finally jumps onto the site. The plant will go through. There's no one from VP to stop it, but they've realised this. Already Taz has made his way down through the B ramp. And Snacks, he's going to be coming through connector as Simple starts to get aggressive. Pushing up into the realms of the CT spawn here. And with the open plant, he could be playing from pretty much anywhere. Virtus Pro don't exactly know where he's going to be going from. He gives it away, but he only gets one. Taz trades. Simple, 3 out of 4 in that clutch. But VP is still alive. Great stuff from Virtus Pro to close it out, but Simple, again, he goes huge for the team, as he always does. When you've got a player like Simple on your team, you've got to rely on him to win some of these crazy clutches, but not all of them. There's so much pressure on that guy just to step up. He's been doing so well this event, but he can't win them all. At this point, I've lost track of the scoreline. Should be about 12-13 maybe? Because I've got to do all the maths and I haven't got it on screen right now, but it's about that. Something like that. Yeah, of course, HLTV isn't going to show it because we've restarted the server in the meantime. Yeah, 13-12. Okay. So another pause coming through. If this is Navi's, this is their last one. Could be VP's, of course, they are limited in money to some regard. And on that CT side, losing 4 players is going to really put a bit of a hole in your pockets. I'm a big fan of Bialy's fashion keyboard, I've got to say. Cap a pride to that. Yeah, I'd love to be able to see the money here to kind of make a decision on how this one's going to go, because right now it's really dependent on the buys coming through. This has been so close in terms of money. Oh, can we read the money from here, do you think? Unpause coming through, though. It should be. I'm seeing good lucks in chat, so yeah, I think we're going back into the game. Here we go. Virtus Pro leading still. Well, this half. Overall, that is what they get in the first half, 6. Okay, so they're up to 13-12. Just leading. Navi, it's going to be maybe 14. Just P250s and Glocks coming in. Bit of utility. They want to go for a smoke execute here. Ooh, Pasha. So close. Ever so close to Simple here. Not going to be able to connect the shots. Navi taking their sweet, sweet time. With just pistols here, you'd expect them to be a little bit faster because there's not a whole lot they can do, but they're just holding to see if VP try and bring some heat. We do have Neo on that MP9. Appropriate for the buy coming through, and considering they lost a lot of players in the previous round, it makes sense. He's got low cash anyway. Pasha by Ali, they're all going to be mopping up kills. Snacks takes one. Simple, the last man to make himself out of Secret Ivy. But he's got no bombs, so he can't sneak plan over on B, which is empty. That's being held by VP. Simple tries to come back in through the CT spawn. Not exactly a whole load of options here. They have no idea he's here. That's the crazy thing. They don't even know what he's doing. I think he may have just been spotted by Snacks. But no, they're not all facing around. It's Pasha. Oh, no, Pasha. Don't do it again. Don't get that knife kill. Simple's going for the same one as well. He's sneaking into the site. Pasha must be telling Snacks not to turn around just so he can go for the knife. But it's not going to work out, Pasha. You need to learn when to quit. I think Pasha was telling Snacks not to turn around. Because there's no way that Snacks... Unless Pasha just didn't communicate with his team. Unless he was baiting his entire team. But I'm sure he wasn't doing that. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Either way. 14-12 here. Favouring VP. Close to being GG. I've done that before on stream. And now Neo. Still limited to that MP9 he had in the previous round. But the rest of them, they are going to be on the rifle. So you have that AWP back on Guardian. But not so much for VP. Navi pressuring up Ivy once again. Flamey on the other side of the smoke. It's Pasha just to hold passive. He's been doing a great job on the T side in terms of working his way up Ivy and doing the damage. But over on the CT side, we've not seen as much Ivy control coming out from Navi. At least Pasha has the support of Snacks. If they do start to push their way up Ivy, Snacks will be able to flash Pasha in, go for a bit of an engagement here, and they're starting to mount some pressure towards his position. Something gets blown forward, a panel of some sort, and Pasha, he gets distracted, goes to the fight anyway, but 2 players going to make it through with relatively half HP. Snacks will return some fire, but he doesn't know there's a second one there. He should do, but he's not at least engaging. Flamey is just waiting. Snacks pushes into the smoke, as he always does. Bialy takes a kill in the meantime, and Snacks has to pass, but it doesn't matter because he's there from behind to strike. Damage done. He takes the kill. He's going to hear the rap from behind, but Guardian's there with the AWP. Swift reaction from him himself. And now a 2-on-3. Flamey just misses Neo getting himself back onto the site. Now, Navi are making a lot of noise, but they have to. It's got 10 seconds left. They need to get this plant down. Bialy going to shut down another. There's surely no possible way Guardian can do this, and he won't. 15 rounds in. VP are 1 away from winning this entire event in 2 maps in the grand finals against what some would assume to be the victors, Navi. But let's see if they can show up when they need to most. Buy is perfect. They have the AWP back on Pasha, they have the full rifles, and Navi, pistols, a UMP and an AK on Simple. VP, a team that hasn't been able to get out of groups since DreamHack Las Vegas on LAN, is now about to win a $100,000 LAN versus the likes of Natus Vincere. That's a big win, if you ask me. It may not have all the other top EU contenders, but when it comes to this region, Navi are one of the top dogs, and VP are really bringing them the pain. Ooh, but look at this position for T's. He's going to catch Snacks off guard. He does with the shot though, and Snacks takes him down. It's a 5-on-4 now, and Taz holding down Solo on the B side. Has got a lot to do as the rotations fall on in. Neo is going to finally make it in, but a little too late. Guardian gets sprayed through the smoke, and Neo will land it. 2 players remaining, 2 players hiding Virtus Pro from this victory, but Edward wants to make it last longer. He drops Bialy, and the flank coming in from Simple, who catches out Neo. Wasn't checking his left angle. It's good so far from Navi. They may be able to keep this one going as Snacks attempts to find a kill, but Simple steps up as you would expect. 2 for him, 2 for Edward. Snacks returns a single bullet, and it's the clutcher of the day looking to close out the map. He's got no smoke for the bomb, but he's got himself a kit, and that's going to be important. Could just go for the full commitment here, but it's going to be Edward to take the fight, and he gets away with it. Keep Navi alive and pull them up to 13 rounds here on the T side. 15 to 13. All down to Simple and Edward going absolutely huge for the side of Navi. Now VP's money, it's spread thinly. They've got enough for a buy, but we're going to have a pistol in play, or at least one pistol. Actually, they go for the double AWP, and that actually gets rid of the option of having another rifle in play. That's a risky one, but we'll see how it pans out. I feel like, I don't know, unless it's, you know, it could come back to haunt me, and I could eat my own words if they do well with this double AWP, but I feel like a UMP-M4 would be a better buy than the double AWP. Just have a single one on Pasha or Snacks. I mean, they got it on Neo here, but that's just off spawn. Cross coming over. Bialy playing close, and Guardian looking for this pickup. They need to check this close angle. Navi can't let this one slip as they walk on through. He's playing close, and Bialy, he's going to hear so many footsteps. A flash should come through. That should allow him to go for a bit of a peek. We should have Pasha flashing him through, but he has no utility other than a smoke. The rifle's spotted, but in return sees Flicks, and he takes a kill onto Bialy, giving Navi the round lead, the man advantage to start things off. Flamey, he's snuck his way out onto the A site. That little devil pushed in deep. Taz, he's still close. Flamey will go big, gets himself a double. That's huge. Navi looking resurged right now as 2 remain right now for Virtus Pro. Snacks sitting towards the back of Electric. Going to get some damage off. Does turn it into a kill. Needs 2 here to make it worth his time. But he runs out of ammo and gets flanked in from Simple. Will fall eventually. All onto Neo here. It's all about damage. He needs to hold onto this gun. There's no reason to be contesting this. Get one more kill and get the hell out of there. It seems like he's not even going to go for the former. Just gets out. Holds onto that AWP. Allows Navi to round itself up to a 14th. And this is so close to going to overtime because Virtus Pro have no money left in the bank. It's only loss bonus to play with right now. They're chasing. Despite them not having any money, they're chasing. They want to get this gun off of Neo, and they may do so. C's does. That's huge. That could be the difference maker coming into this final round of regular time. OT is on the cards. As we go into 15-14 territory. Virtus Pro very close to closing out this map. We have Neo, aggression with the pistol, starting to push up. Simple takes the headshot with the first kill. Edward as well spraying away to deny the CT aggression, but Bialy shoots back. He gets one with a pistol. Navi should not be losing this round ever. They're only up against 5.7s in armor. Snacks is posted. He hears the shots come from above. He knows Edward's up there. But he's not going to opt to go for it. He's not going to opt to make a big play, and that's what we need. We need someone from VP to make a big play, because if they just default this, they are going to lose. And Navi will be bringing it all the way to OT. After VP had a round lead, they never should have given up. And they have the scope. Stacks knows Guardian's there. He's not going to go for the fight. Guardian instead drops the molly, and Stacks, he should push above this. He should just go for the fight, although Guardian's expecting it. And Stacks plays a little more passive, backs out, but gets caught out as Flamey pushes out of main. Information gained from Navi. Good stuff there, at least from the duo of Flamey and Guardian. And now this round is as good as done. We're waiting for OT, ladies and gentlemen. Edward will follow up onto Neo. Bialy, last man standing, and he's going to need an ace 1v4 clutch to win this. It's not going to happen. Overtime is happening here. Navi bring it back. And this is only map 2 of a potential 3-map series. Well, not sure what we're going to be going for, but we're into overtime, so we'll be taking a little minute before we head into the next map, ladies and gentlemen, or not next map, but next round of OT. Hopefully we'll be back very shortly, so stick around and we'll see you soon. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, going live again with overtime here. This is going to be Virtus Pro versus Navi. Sorry, we're back. Okay. We're into overtime. This is obviously training the second map. Navi just brought it back after a nice start from VP going into their second half, and now looking like Navi may be able to close the gap and actually take this one to a third. If they do, that would be phenomenal, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. See Guardian's posted up on over. We've not seen this before. We've not seen a lot of pressure from Guardian with the AWP down this position. We've actually seen a bit of a switch up in VP's setup. Snax is now in this angle. Pasha is going to be holding off from the middle train. And Simple's picked up the double up on the T side as well. But look at Pasha's reaction. He's pushing aggressively. Simple's going to be holding the angle. He should hit the shot here, and he will. Pasha goes down. Navi opening things up with the man advantage. Now no utility left for VP at all. They are stuck in a really awkward spot. Navi can just burst this A site with absolutely no hold from VP. They are going to have to take every single engagement that comes their way, and they will start to come their way. Viali misses that shot. Damage is done. Neo will pick up the first, but Simple, he's still doing work with that AWP. 2 for him. Neo is not going to be getting enough done here, as Snax is still waiting on the site. As the bomb starts to get planted, Simple chimes in again. Edward gets dropped, but it's a flank from Flamey to finish him off from Electric. It's round going to Navi to start things off. 1-0 in overtime. Now the double up for VP. They've switched things up. They've gone a bit more dominant here, and they've got utility to play with as well. Navi still retain their own 2 AWPs on this T side. Both teams liking to do that, but this time it's Pasha to open things up with his own AWP. Takes down Guardian, one of the 2 AWPers, but in my opinion, this game, not the most deadly. As Simple has been the one racking up frags left and right. Pasha looking for a second. He's chasing kills. He wants this game to be done in 2 as he takes a kill onto Seized. A teammate pulls him back down to 20. Virtus Pro have done damage, but Flamey is still kicking. He's still alive, and he's still running into that A site doing more. He takes down Bialy out of heaven. A nice quick shot to open things up here on the T side. Pasha backing off, trying to get himself a better angle. There's still Simple to worry about with that own AWP. As he will be making his way down the middle of the train, making a bit of a movement, and there we go, he's spotted. Pasha has been seen as well. Simple can't connect the shot, and Taz picking up Flamey is important because it keeps a man advantage in favour of VP. It's a tough spot to get out of. VP have wrapped around towards the B site and allowed Navi to get this bomb down on the A site if they do so please, but that will leave them in a retake. We've not seen a lot of bomb plants from Navi, but this will hopefully be one definitely coming through. Neo on the other side of the smoke, down through Pop Dog, waiting for the time to strike. But actually, look at Navi's positioning. They push deep into CT spawn. This is going to completely catch off VP, although as I say that, Pasha, he scopes him back, turns around, gets a tag, but Edward gets a kill. And now Navi, they can just filter into this empty B site. They have both AWPs. This is dangerous for them, but it could be the lifesaver considering Edward is so damn low. Snacks hearing the footsteps, hearing the cross. 20 seconds, he'll spot it. He won't get the kill, but he'll take down Simple instead. And now Edward's low. Snacks can just wait for support, but Edward takes a kill, jumping on top of the train, looking for a little bit more, and he's spotted. 10 seconds left. Snacks just has to bait. He just has to waste his time, falling on back, and he takes it. Wins the round for Virtus Pro. Can save the AWP as well. Getting down to the wire, very, very close there, but Snacks will make it work. One. Who's going to pick up the final round of this half? It seems we have the double up again for VP. Still for Navi. Both teams have money. And that's the thing about OT. If both you teams pick up one round after another, the third one, everyone can invest. Whereas if, for example, VP take 2 in a row, that third round, Navi's money is seriously weak. So it's good to see we have equal ground on both teams, but it's Edward. He doesn't want equal ground. He wants the advantage as he bursts out onto A, removing Snacks from the equation. Pasha and Taz fire back with their own rifles, and Simple with the AWP strikes again. But still, it's a 3-on-3. 2 AWPs remain for either side. And close in the smoke is going to be Flamey, trying to push himself around. Taz flashes him out. He's going to try and move towards a connector. Spotted, but no kill. And Neo takes another one with his own AWP, dropping Simple. That's a massive kill there. Taking Simple out of the round is important. Pasha, no need to peek. He's so aggressive here. Pasha's taking every single fight that comes his way. Holding the angle. Waiting for Guardian. He lands a shot as well. A massive kill. Leaving just Flamey. Here's the zoom. Can peek in with it, but Pasha dodges. Neo to try and react will get some damage, but it's going to be the round going to Virtus Pro, picking up 2-1 in that first half of OT. We're going to have to guarantee a second round of OT here if Navi want to pick up the victory, or we're seeing VP close that out here and now. Into auto sniper for Flamey on the side of Navi. We've got the AWP and Guardian as well. Simple just sticking with his rifle. And VP on their hand, they've got a double up again in for the T side, something they used a lot on earlier, both against Navi and against HR. Guardian's posted on Ivy. Flamey with his auto will make it rain. Snacks getting dropped early on. I would say it's a crucial kill, but at this point in the game, any kill is a crucial kill no matter who it's on. But Snacks is no exception to that factor. The thing is, VP commit towards B, they could get themselves a free sight. It's only Seized in position there. He's got no scoped rifle to back him up from a range. The thing is, VP is so heavily focused on this A site creeping up Ivy. I don't think that's going to come through. And auto crossfire, I don't see VP making out of this one alive. It might be a bit of a mincemeat. Guardian in through the smoke. He gets himself onto Pasha, going for more and more no-scopes. There's still Bialy there looking to trade, and he won't do so. The flash actually blinds both players, but he's so tagged up, it should be all over for him. He does take the kill, flicks back round, but the auto-sniper is quicker, and Flamey takes that frag, leaving just Taz and Neo to pick up the first round of this half of OT. It's not going to go well at all. The auto rains death, and Flamey picks up 3 kills. VP need both of these. So do Navi. Drop to 2-2. It's going to be another OT if neither team picks up 2 rounds in a row. And VP can't even afford the double ult here. Not even a single one for that factor. Only AKs coming in. Still the auto retains on Flamey. At this point, if you're VP, you should be switching up the pace. You should be going for that fast B play. They keep doing the same thing, the methodical play, which doesn't work up against an auto sniper and an AWP on the same site. Flamey's still committed to this side of the map as well, with Guardian. I don't know, VP. They're a team that's so good at switching up the pace as well. I'm not sure why they're still committing to a slow play this round. Honestly, should just be bursting it, but either way. Going to be waiting to see if VP make that first move, or if Navi are going to start to bite the bullet and pull in some aggression on the CT side. They need to be going down deep into B, but this isn't really causing too much of a rotation. As I say that though, instantly Simple and Flamey start to move into B, and it's actually a fake. They burst their way out of A. Edward denies it though, and Guardian will follow up. And only 2 players on the A site is not a hindrance in any sort. Navi will do well as shutting down Virtus Pro. And now only 2 remain. If Navi pick this round up, they've won the map. Surely. Because VP will have no money for that final round, and we'll be seeing Mirage come up after. I don't know what these guys can do. See how they can perform. Burst in their way. Back out into the site. It's Taz here. Trying to look for something. Does spot the first, but his teammate will fall, and so will he. Oh, it's 16k MR3. Someone corrected me. Sorry. I'm going to make mistakes, boys. I've been casting for 14 hours. So I'm apologising for that. I am dead. And we might see another map after all. As yet another money is good for VP. Sorry, my mistake. I didn't realise it was 16k. I just assumed it was 10. 2 AWPs in again for VP. Looking to make this OT number 2. Navi retained this auto sniper. This has been the difference maker. Flamey on that auto has been doing so much work. Now Pasha on the end of Ivy again. I just wish VP would go for something fast right now, because the same thing is going to happen. They're going to push this one slow and they're going to lose the picks. They keep seeming to be doing that. Their trading has not been effective this half. They're making their way up through Ivy once again. It's going to be one, maybe 2 players on the other side. Simple's playing close. Guardian is well supporting. They don't realise that we've got a horde of VP pushed up here. 3 players, in fact. Lots of flashes, lots of smokes. Now Navi have conned on. They know what's going on here from the Virtus Pro side. The flashes will go in through, and now Simple turns back around. Guardian holding the crossfire with him, and Simple, he's just baiting for shots. He lines them up, gets one. Bialy trades, and Bialy will double down. An important round for him, and he steps up. There's now a 3v4 engages. They're going to have control of the A site from these Ts, and the bomb will be planted, leaving just Edward, who's still in the wings. Still will be able to deny it, but he only gets one. VP win the round, and now we go to OT number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure how long the break is going to be in between that. Hopefully we'll just go straight in at this point. Because, I mean, they've got to be feeling the pain as well. Right now it's 11 PM my time, but for these guys in Russia, it's 1 in the morning. And bear in mind that VP just got back from Atlanta, so they're probably still jet lagged. The fact that they're actually bringing this so well in the final of the event, just off the back of coming back from Atlanta, I'm impressed. That's a big time zone shift. But either way, I'm going to throw to music just to save my lungs for a little bit more in case we have a final map. while we wait for VP and Navi to ready up for the final, potentially final overtime of this map. And we are back. Going back into the game here. Oh, okay, not sure what's happening there. Alright, we're back into OT number 2 here between Navi and Virtus Pro. It will be Guardian kicking things off straight away. No auto sniper in this time. They've not used the cheese strat again. It's a double up instead. Tees and Guardian picking them up. Simple sticking on the rifle right now. It's VP. Look to bring some kind of aggression down into B. They rotate the bomb up towards Pop Dog. That's going to be Neo there. Virtus Pro. They've lost that early man. They've lost that Orpa Pasha. They're in a real tough spot now to pull themselves out of. Guardian going to be following up as well. Another kill for him. Edward will be picking up another one as well. It's a really difficult spot for VP. They've got 2 players remaining and nothing will be going their way. Edward shuts down another. Snacks alone. And now he joins his teammates in the grave. Coming in through again for VP. We've got the double up. We do have 16k MR3, so lots of money to play with. Again, not one single fast round. It's actually getting to the point where it's aggravating me for VP because they are making mistakes here. They haven't switched it up by going for that fast play. They know we don't have the auto in for Navi now, so that's not something you have to be worried about with bursting. They can just go up for that smoke, execute and B, drop down really quickly. It's what they do so many times when they play up on train on T side as well. They've tried everything. They're just doing the same strategy again. They're just doing the exact same thing every single round, and Navi is just shutting it down every time. So, I mean, what can you say? I'm actually upset at VP for making these kind of weird decisions. They've not once in this entire T-side switched up the pace, regular or overtime. They get the first pick, though. That's something. Pasha opens it up, and the double up still retained here from the side of VP. Deep Ivy control going to be taken once again. Pasha pushing with this kill. Looking for one, but C shuts down the B entry. Now they switch on the pace. Now they go for something fast, and it works out perfectly. Get the pick. Smoke goes in deep. Bomb can come down as well. But simple, nutty play. Running in through the molly. Gets himself one. Falls to the burning, but it doesn't matter too much because he's already got himself a kill. Now 2 remain for either side. No utility. Flashbang on each side. Kits as well galore on the Navi team. Flamey's going to start to push in. We're going to need to see a guaranteed kill here from Neo. He's going to need to open up with one, otherwise this round is over. He does. He gets himself a single kill. Now Flamey stuck in the clutch. Neo doesn't need to fight, but he's caught out in the open. Flamey takes him down. Now it's a one-on-one. Snacks is playing his time, playing his cards right, and he hits a shot. Round going to be going to VP. It's a 1-1 once again, keeping it close. Auto sniper and 2 orbs. Usually this is a strategy I would not, agree with, but right now it's working for Navi. The scopes are what's saving them in these rounds. So going for the auto sniper on Flamey, Seized and Guardian on the orbs, I get. Simple nod on the AWP, I question a little bit, but either way. Let's see if they can get this job done. Beat 2 AWPs in their hands. Guardian, aggression, down to Ivy, gonna spot out Pasha, there's a free kill. Not gonna be able to connect anymore though. It's VP, lose that pick. Now stuck with a 4 to 5 disadvantage. Seized, making it even harder for them. He takes down Neo over on B. Quick shot, back off. Playing that solo B control, but it doesn't matter because we've got a rotation in from Simple to join him in case VP burst it. Now Guardian holding the angle. This is another free kill from him. Bialy, okay, I said that, but maybe not. Bialy pre-fires it. A great shot from him to bring it back into a 3-on-4, but still, it's not in the realms of possibility just yet. They need another pick, and Bialy pulls out his knife at the wrong time. It's Edward to mow down 2 more. Navi make this one work. It's a 2-to-1 lead in all essence if Snax doesn't pick up a huge clutch here, and it will not happen. Navi end that OT, or that half, with a favour. Now VP need 3, Navi need 2. We can split it. We want to see another 3rd OT on the second map. Let's see though, straight into it. No one wants to delay this anymore. I think we just want to get on with the game, and I think they do too. Pasha on the AWP, Guardian on the AWP. No monkey business around here. No double AWPs, no auto snipers. Everyone's playing classic CS. The Guardian posted outside of B. Pasha himself. He sits down Ivy holding with the AWP, waiting for C's to make its move. And Navi just look like they want to split into the A side. With no main control, this is going to be a late round take. This is their early default. They do their thing, they look for their picks, they get their map control, and then later in the round they'll go for the full commitment. Just because they've taken Pop Dog now doesn't mean they're going to fully push. It just means they don't want to do it on the fly. It means they want to get Pop Dog, hold on to Pop Dog, and then go and get the bomb and regroup and go for that take. That's exactly what they're doing. But as I say that, they start to focus a little more on B. They back off their Ivy control, they get rid of the players in main. This could be a late round B tick, it seems, because they're putting flashes and smokes over. No, okay, it's A. They're faking me. They're even faking me after all this time. It's an A take. They've thrown their smokes over B. They force a rotation. Bialy's rotated back down through the connector, and that leaves just Pasha and Snax to hold things off. But they haven't committed, and they've used all their utility but 1 smoke and 1 Molotov. That's the only issue for Navi. Flash comes through, really running dry on utility here. Pasha should be able to take these fights at range because there's no smokes to block them off. Bialy peeks up for 1, simple trades. Pasha with a nade that could dunk perfectly, but he's going to get overrun, moved out of position. Sees, chases the frags, and he gets himself another Neo drop. Pasha does refrag, and Snax as well. On the side of VP, they're holding this one back, and they will pick up the round. 2-2. The VP take it to 4, or will we see an equal score? That is a question. Well, off into the next round of OT. Again, keeping it simple, AWP on either side. This is what I like, this is classic. We don't have any autos messing up what we would assume to be a normal setup. We don't have any double AWPs, any crazy investments coming in. Navi, I think they know how to switch at the pace. They're already fast into B halls. They've got this control early on. They're forcing a lot of utility out of Virtus Pro. And Navi, they're actually going to burn the first player alive. Simple, even coming in from the flank, can catch Taz off guard. He hits the burst. There's the kill. And now Navi have got themselves to 3 almost indefinitely. There's surely no way retake can come out from VP here. They've lost all B control. They're going to push in quite early. This could be good for them though. They're catching these guys off guard. And as I say, it's over. It's not. VP is still in this one. Pasha and Bialy pick one up each. 3-on-3. Bialy tagged, but look at the push through the smoke. They've run out of patience here. He's going to run for the kills, and he gets 1. Switches to the pistol, but falls back. It's perfect. He gets away with murder. And now a 2-on-3. VP sitting in the driving seat of this one. Guardian misses the flick shot with the AWP, and C sitting on the site to try and defend. He will get 1, but overrun shortly after. But apparently not. C wraps around with 2, and Neo is now the last man standing. Just as I said, it was undoable. VP pull it back, and now it falls into an almost undoable round. Neo has no utility left. He's spotted. They know where he is. He can't do a thing. He's just going to jump on the bomb because why the hell not? 3 seconds. Guardian misses a shot though. Okay, buddy. Almost picks it up. Navi. You could see the breath that their coach went through there. That was quite scary. That could have been horrible. That could have been horrible if he missed that shot. Well, I mean, sorry, if C's didn't help him out and miss that shot. That would have been the win for VP. They would have picked it up. And now we're going to have to see Triple OT if VP want to win this game, or want to win this map at least. Otherwise, Navi are going to close it out here and now. I'm going to head to a third map of DE Mirage to continue my 15-hour streak. Pasha though. Posted. Got the mollies coming in. They're going to force him back. Guardian goes to the counter molly as well, just to hold back any kind of CT aggression. Does not want to get picked up by an ult early on here. Guardian flashes his team, aptly so. Fatigue getting to everyone here, not just the players, also the players. Smoke comes in through deep, that will hold back Snacks here on the other side of it, deep into CT. But he's going to push on through, or at least sit on the edge of it, very, very close. Just in case he can get himself a pick, just in case he can do some damage there. Navi are wasting valuable seconds here, and the utility is being expended from BP, so that is something worthwhile. We don't have a lot left for the CT side, and Bialy back in the position that he did so much damage in when it came to regular time on the CT side. Data. Bialy will hear them and then start to drop on through as well. Bialy should strike Pasha with the first blood. Finally, a minute and a half into the round, but Edward will trade, taking down Bialy as he drops into the pop dog, but he's so low in the process. He's making his way out of Ivy, gets himself one. And now Navi, they're picking this up. It seems like we're going to a third map, ladies and gentlemen. 2 left, Guardian does it, and it's all onto Taz. A 1v4. Mirage is going to come through. Spoiler alert, I don't think he's going to clutch this. What a win for Navi. They've got to be exhausted though. We're going on to 2 AM, boys. It's a win. And of course, no analytical breakdown from me. I'm going to be sending it straight to a break. We'll be back with the third map, hopefully very soon.
You wanna find a lover? I only got one love, and it's ice cream. Yeah.
You see my smile. Look a little bit closer. So take a good look. Oh, you see my smile. Yeah, baby, take a good look. Oh, you see my smile. Look a little bit closer. Ooh, yeah, you see my smile. I need you. I need you. I need you.
So good, baby, baby.
little.
Oh my god, we're going live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is the grand final. It is very, very late, but we are here. And we are ready for the final map. It's Navi versus Virtus Pro. Hopefully everyone's still here, and we're going straight into the pistol round. It's the third and final map. Pasha going to be opening up with the Deagle over on ramp. Bialy picking up one as well as they charge into B, and they will get the site for free as well. Navi left in on the retake as the plant goes in. Simple looking to try and retake things on with his team. There's three of them left on the CT side. The Deagle still reigns on Pasha as he goes to regroup with the team coming back in through the apartments. Neo starts to peek out a little bit aggressively. He is going to be met with Flamey's face, but no kills come in left for the CT side. It's going to be Bialy shut one more, seized returns fire, but he falls with Flamey. Virtus Pro to pick up the pistol round, start it off, and it will be 1-0. McFluffy, oh Hugo, if you only knew how much I like you, oh man. This has been a long day. It's been a very long day. If I slur or if I mess anything up, I apologise. I'm currently 15 hours in, so It's been a nice long day. We're looking for the final map here, and I'm glad it's the final map, I've got to say. As Pro, they charge into this B site. We're going to have C's with the CZ75, sprays down lots of damage onto Taz. C's is going to trade at least with his pistol, and now we see, again, the pistols here, armorless for Navi, run back into the site. Nice shot from Simple. He lands 2 kills, but it's not enough to get the job done as Bialy trades a double himself. It's a 2-on-2. The split coming through, one from short, one on marker, but they don't realise the push-up from Guardian. He's made his way all up the way, shoot short. Bialy will just miss him. It's going to be Snacks now alone, trying to hold on to the post plant. Navi need to get on that bomb, but Snacks is just sitting in wait. There's the first. Guardian trades with the Mac-10. Round going to be secured by Navi, but by the skin of their teeth. 1-1. What about my flight to Bulgaria? I was about to say, if this didn't start in 10 minutes, I was going to have to go, because I wouldn't have been able to commit to this. But assuming we have no overtimes, I would just have enough time. Not like this, man. Not like this. We just need no delays, no technical pauses, no overtimes, and I can finish this map, make my flight, everyone's happy. Oh, what can you do, boys and girls? What can you do? I think at this point we've turned this into a cast, into more of a comedy show. An entertainment, I guess. Yeah. We'll do that. We'll do that. This is more entertaining than anything. This is just a bit of fun. And I think even Edward's agreeing with me there, a big chuckle on his face. Was that a laugh or a cry, Hugo? I don't know, man. A little bit of both. Well, hopefully we'll be getting back into this. VP player just dropped from the server, so just a technical pause, and we'll be jumping right back in with the game, I assume. But who really knows where this is going right now? There we go. I can hear the round time go down. We're going to be jumping back into the game. Woo! You thought I started crying? I'm not that, emotional. It's okay. We can do this. We've got the double AK drop up from a VP. They've actually, Bialy and Snack dropped over rifles to Pasha and Neo to get the job done. Lots of early damage on the Pasha. That's unfortunate, but he still pushes on, takes down Seized, and now VP, they have an entry into the site. They have a chance to take their control back towards B once again, but they can't get too complacent. Edwards on the site. They do manage to take him down off just a single kill, but the return fire from Simple with his AK, the headshots raining through for the young talent, going to be able to fire back onto Taz. Now, a 3-on-3 bomb. Not going to be down just yet. And Simple, he's still pushing into the site pre-plant. This is ballsy, but now they've taken a double man advantage, so they can afford to do this. Bialy, last man standing, stuck in an awkward spot. He needs to get this bomb down as well. He does manage to have it at least. That's one thing important. There's only 2 players near the site, but instead of just committing to the plant and then getting rushed with a 3-on-1, he's going to look to try and find a pick. And this is the way to play it. Try and get yourself into a better scenario, but the Guardian, not going to allow it. It's Navi to pick up 2 rounds to 1. Good start on the CT side, shutting down VP. Now though, just Glocks out, rocking out. It's VP here, with nothing invested into this round, not even a penny. Not even a flashbang on this terrorist side to get them into an area. At this point, I feel like a waterfall is needed. Just burst. Just go really fast. There's no point playing the slow methodical CS and trying to regroup. Because even if a player rushes you with their knife out, they're still probably going to kill you before you can Glock them to death. That gun is useless. It's not quite the USP rounds on CT side where you can actually just post up in a range and get something done up against SMGing players. These Glocks are hot garbage. VP not in a position to get anything done. They're just trying to waste utility, I think, at this point. That's probably the best thing to do. It's a long con, but make Navi waste all their nades early on while you can. And then when all the nades are used, at least they'll have to rebuy them when they do win the round. So I guess it takes $1,000 out of each of the players' bank accounts, but that's nothing too significant. Lots of nades have been used now from some of these Navi players on B. It's C's taking the aggressive peak with a UMP, that's a gun. And Edward spraying away. Only anti-gun, nothing to be hyped about. He will close out almost with the ace, but the Glock comes through. Neo taps away, and it's return fire from Seized, eventually to close out the round. The funny thing is, as well, I got up at 8 p.m. this morning. 8 p.m. 8 a.m. this morning to cast this, but I was casting NACS until the middle of the night. So I'm very sleep deprived, I've got to say, and it's going to be another night because I can't sleep on planes. But rifles in for VP. We've got full AKs, no AWP inbound, but Guardian's picked that up on the CT side again. He's posted in towards apartments, almost gets a kill, but spots Snacks making his way down south. And now VP starting to push their way in through underpass, take control towards top mid in the meantime as well. It's a split onto A, it looks like. They can late play B because they've got Neo in apartments, but right now with the position of the bomb, I can only assume this is going to be some kind of A play. So they start to make their control inside of the connector. Instead though, flash up short. Again, I'm still undecided as where they're committing to. It depends on whether Neo or Bialy backs off first, because both these players are split, but actually, yeah, it's going to be the A play. Neo backs off first. He moves in towards T-spawn, regroups with Taz on the bomb. And they make their way over to ramp. That smoking window is going to give the idea, plant the seed of doubt into Navi that VP have window control when they actually don't. And now Navi are going to be a little bit worried, but the double connector push should come in timed well. Utility is going to be a little bit off, but a nice spray down from C's to shut down 2 coming out of that connector there is now only 3 remain for VP. They've got to make their way out onto the site. Bialy, 1 for him, quick kill, but again, no more smokes to hold off these CTs. They can take all the engagements as they please, and Navi want to shut this down. I think Navi are playing this the right way as well. They're not sorry, I'm reading chat. They're not playing it too passively. They're knowing that they're going to be not only more awake than VP, who have just had to fly back from Atlanta, but also just, you know, more prepared, more warmed up. They've been playing since the morning, so coming into this, VP are going to be a bit worn out, and Navi are just taking every single gunfight they can, knowing that in most of them they're going to come out on top. So that's a good way to play, you know, playing to their strengths. But let's see if they can close it out. It's 4-1, looking to be 5-1 as well, with just pistols in for Virtus Pro. Couple of Tech 9s and a P250 as they fast play this connector again. We've got 2 players up short. They can split into B, but it's not really a split without any support coming out from the apartments. Snack's caught in the open, but he takes a kill in connector, and he can grab a gun as well from that. Simple. Posted in the window. It's Flamey on the site as well. Can stop any presence from Snacks. He peeks out to him. They line up. Lots of damage. Both these players very tagged up now, but he hears a player coming out of ramp. It's Bialy to try and pincer onto this last player on the A site, and he will do so. Flamey's down, but still 2 players are low. And despite it being Simple being tagged up, he has that AWP, and he's a weapon with that machine, but he misses his shot. Bialy peeks fast, and now Seized out of nowhere is left in a clutch situation. Going to pick up the first, but he's still got a lot more to do. Virtus Pro have time to regroup. The bomb will be wrapping back round through T-spawn, but Bialy just takes a shot with the AWP and secures it. They pick up the eco round. Nothing to play with that round, and they still make it work. Now, the buy from both teams. VP with a bit of an upset. They had loads of cash left in their bank after that eco, and they're going to be able to use it to buy it fully. AWP on Pasha as well. Option for a double, but they stick with a solo. As now they make their way up through mid. We have Navi playing a bit of an aggressive mid style. They've got Flamey up in the ladder room as well, and actually not aggressive at all. Simple's decided to back off of that window position, instead focus on the A site, because we only have a solo player. That is Guardian sitting in towards CT. And Navi smoked out of all the control in middle. There's nothing they can do in these positions. They are going to have to give it up. Instead, Flamey takes the aggression on short. The molly comes through, forces him out into the open. Taz takes him, but Edward trades and effectively gets back, putting it into a 4-on-4, which, while it will favour VP, it still gives Navi a good shot considering they lost the first man, and Seized will follow up to take down Pasha. The AWP being dropped. The flank from Bialy. Again, we saw him do this in the previous round. He snuck his way out of ramp. Now he's out of Palace, but Edward's too quick on the trigger with the AWP. Shuts him down from short and leaves 2 left for Virtus Pro. Bomb wrapping T-spawn. Neil will have to split the connector here through underpass. That is all they can really muster here. No utility on the Molotov and a flashbang, but that's the same for the CT side. They've not got a shred other than a flash. Neil will start to make his way up. But really, we're seeing Navi play this one very, very passively. They're not fighting at all. Simple's just spotting for the cross, but he's got a lot of angles to check here, because they can come out of ramp, they can go out of Palace, and we can see that Stacks is going to start to make his way out of said Palace with the bomb. And the timing is going to get the better of him, but apparently not. Simple gets dropped, And now the bomb going down, Virtus Pro have brought this back into a realistic round. A double push coming in through CT, so Neo can't hold those rotations through jungle. And as I say that, Edwards decides to back off with that AWP, move back into that jungle position, leave the job down to Seized, who needs to get back into the site soon. Snacks just playing the default box. Neo going to be spotted, going to peek out, finds the kills. His teammate gets dropped on site, and now Seized going to be alone, pushing in towards. Molly's on the bomb. Neo trying to fake for them. The Glock doesn't go any further. He takes a kill instead, picks up the AWP. VP win the round. But now, we are going to be seeing the eco from Navi. And again, after not only a messy day, but also a lot of eco wins, I'm not going to count them out for this one. They only have a couple of P250s and 5.7s. That is going to be it as Neo opens up in middle. Does drop Edward fast. Now Pasha continuing his push into the connector. Needs to check the close corner. He's not blindsided. He does check it, but his player's coming from short to cause a bit of a nuisance. Seized takes a kill in the meantime, and he turns around to shut him down eventually, but it's all onto Guardian. Making his way back through jungle. Looking inside of that connector as Virtus Pro continue their assailment over this A site. It'll be Bialy to shut it down. Keeping the scores as equal as this entire series has been. We had double OT in the previous map if you missed it. Although that first map was a 16-2, so I'm not sure what has fallen off since then. Navi do not like to play nuke, that's all I can say. But an AWP up on either side once again here for both teams. Navi, not aware the VP are starting to sneak their way out of ramp here. We've got 3 players on the A site. Navi had the perfect setup for this job. And with the aggression from C's, they can pre-rotate that last B player, Edward, back into A. They have all the information to work with. They should not lose this round, but Bialy, he's going to open things up. Neo as well. They haven't cleared on the balcony. They don't know that C's has gathered all this information from pushing into B. Guardian plays close. Neo checks it though, and Bialy will follow up with a kill onto Flamey under the balcony. It's C's aggressive B push being the last to stand. And Navi, they've fallen short. Not even a kill in this round. C's will change it. He picks up 1, but a 1v5. I don't know, maybe a bit out of the question. Let's see how much he can get done though. How much damage can he do onto the Virtus Pro economy as he starts to continue his push? VP though, they're so spread, they're so passive, and they've even got the chase coming in from T-Spawn. Neo just wants to get this round over with. He takes down Seized. VP pick up a 5th. Ten rounds deep. Navi have had quite a few ecos, it seems. Back on another. Nothing to work with. Aggression from Seized. Neo unexpected. Good spray, but he's not going to be able to connect enough shots. Neo takes him down. 16 HP remaining as he backs off. VP already sitting pretty, but they have lost a lot of damage, so they've got to be careful. Again, time and time again, these eco wins have been prevalent. These are the kind of rounds as well that Navi should be stacking or going for aggression. You know, they shouldn't just be going for the 2-2 split because you can't get too much out of this. You need to just go for the full-on stack on the site. Take that risk player. At least, you know, put heavy mid-presence in with these Deagles. Taz going to shut down Flamey as they start to push their way through short and return fire from the Deagle of Guardian, but it won't connect. It's simple instead to do damage, but not enough to find a kill. Snacks takes him down from the site, and VP, they overrun B. Left Navi with a double rotation. The bomb going to be going down. And that will be the round secure, but Guardian going to start to try and make it costly. Takes down Taz, at least on the exit. Ooh, dirty. It sounds like a cricket match. My voice is gone, and my energy too. I'm gonna just try and bring as much entertainment as I can for you guys, but I can't promise anything after 15 hours of casting. It's been a long day, but I will do my very best as we continue. VP with another round on the board, up to 6, if my memory serves me correct, but we'll just have to check. Yeah, 6-4. Navi back on the buy. AWP going to be in. Now we see this push out onto A very early on for VP. They hold nothing back. They just charge out onto the site. No one being killed just yet. Damage onto Neo, but nothing significant to even find an early frag here for the Navi side. They're left in an almost 5-on-5 retake unless we see a pick go through in the next couple of seconds. Bomb planted. Simple backs off through the connector. And Snacks, he gets that plant to move back towards a safer position. Navi, though, still in a 5-on-5. And these retakes usually favour the CTs because they've got that, so many members to crossfire with, so many members to play with. Taz going to be picking up the first blood, making Navi's job infinitely more difficult. Snack still hiding in the smoke on the site, as he always does. It's going to be Flamey to take him down, or Neo down, sorry, as Pasha gets dropped in the meantime. The spray through the smoke doesn't stop the defuse, but Snacks definitely does. Finds himself a second as well. It's all onto Simple, stuck in the site, being cornered. They know where he is, and the round will be going to VP. There we go. Snacks closes it out. 3 kills for him. What a huge play from Snacks. That really sounded quite monotone, but what an absolutely huge play from Snacks. That was incredible. Secures a round single-handedly for the team, hiding in that smoke on the site. That's another round going the way of VP. 7 rounds on this T side, already off to a dominant start. This is a great T side from VP. But a good map for both teams. That's the thing that surprises me as well. Navi not being able to shut down these guys over on the CT side. We now have a shotgun on Flamey, armor on both Seized and Edward alongside, and a couple of pistols to try and get something done. But again, I'm not holding my breath about this one. VP are relentless in this T side so far. Ooh, Edward, he gets all the info. He doesn't get any kills or really any damage for that matter, but he gets information. And let's see if we start to see a shift from the CT rotations. I mean, they've already got Flamey pushed up in Palace, so they should know that this is going to be some kind of B-take, or at least is currently set up to be. But VP instead, they start to reroute towards middle, and that's where Taz gets a free kill. Guardian over faces, Pasha drops Simple, attempted to degal in window. And now VP sitting pretty with a 2-man advantage. Flamey's pushed up in the back lines, and they will spot him, but he's only got a Nova. Not exactly the best range gun. The best range shotgun that is, but other than 1 kill, we won't expect too much more. I mean, they even have Taz here. He's just going to hold on to the gun. Make sure that Navi don't pick anything else up as he holds on from the top of middle. Does shut down Flamey. Shotgun gone. Taz coming in from the back as well to continue. Picks up another kill, but Edward will secure him. And he can save onto that gun as well. VP should probably chase, so they've got 3 players that can afford to do so. Send 1 player just to get rid of Edward. Doesn't realise. Still doesn't realise. There's a player right behind him. Turns around. There we go. Seen by Ali. There's a kill. Looks in for more as well. Neo will shut him down. 1 for 1's good. Virtus have the money, so there's no real issue with them chasing those final couple of kills. Then we see a timeout from Navi, and I don't blame this one. They've been having their issues. VP 8 rounds so far on the T side of Mirage, up against 4. Very, very strong half for them, but again, all these games have been so incredibly close. I can't say a comeback is impossible for Navi, because that would just be wrong. Well, back into the buy. 8-4 for VP. Double up. First time this map being brought out here from Navi. A team that used it so predominantly in train. As well as even picking up the triple scope, getting the auto in the mix there with Seized and Guardian on the AWP. At least this time they give it to Simple. Who's going to be tasked with the job of holding that down. Over towards that A site. Both AWPs, in fact, on that side of the map. Guardian at least has a position where he can focus on both connector and drop off back to window again. It's all a bit of a fake down towards B. VP are focusing on this A site right now. They've got the smokes. Actually, no, they haven't, sorry. I assume they'd already thrown them, but not a single smoke across the whole of VP. They want to commit to an A side take against 2 AWPs. Good luck, I say. Good luck. Got Simple and Guardian. 2 incredibly strong AWPers here. We're going to see flashes go over, but is that going to be enough to hold back the tirade of CTs? Simple, peeking out from CT. There we go. What do I talk about? Takes Pasha's head off. Clean. As he takes a man advantage now for the favour of Navi, and Neo does trade, taking down Guardian, so at least one of the 2 AWPs is gone, but Simple's still here, and he's still alive and kicking upward. In the meantime, doing damage as well. And Simple is just going to line up snacks, takes another kill. It's a 2-on-4 right now, and Simple, he is just wrecking house. Another one for him. With just Neo, last man standing here for the T side. He'll fall to a nade, and VP, they're going to pick up the round. Sorry, Navi, they're going to pick up the round. My day has just been made a little bit better. My good old dad just brought me a nice glass of freezing cold water and a double espresso. I'm happy now. Gonna feel a little bit better. Still the double up retained for Navi. Guardian having no success, but Simple just tearing heads off in the previous round. Cracking up in a cold one with the boys. At least they switched up the setup now. I didn't like having 2 AWPs on the same site anyway. We've got 1 on B, 1 on A now. Guardian sat over in the apartments. Simple still in Old Faithful down towards CT. C smoked off in middle, tries to peek before it blooms, but spots nothing. VP playing ever so passive. And now they're going to start to make their mark as they allow themselves to take the mid control with the smoke down. They've got no one to fight them back. They've even got the connector smoke. They've got short control. It's not an issue for VP. Guardian just got to hold down short, but they're going to expect this angle. And look at the boost from Pasha as well. Bad timing for Guardian. He zooms away. He might be exposed here, but he's focusing on the back of Apps. Takes the first. Neo will fall. Drops down onto the site where Pasha starts to push up. Close with a pistol. Glock, in fact, going to take the head. What a massive round for VP already. A 3-on-3, but 20 seconds left on the clock, and Pasha will drop Simple rotating in. Edwards still in the site. Pasha going huge. He is stepping up phenomenally this matchup. And it's all onto Flamey. Coming back in through the market. A 1v2 on his hands. Kit to work with, but no utility. Moving back in through the market. It's going to be VP ready and waiting for this. They spot him out. He gives away his position, but he takes a kill with it, so it's worth it. Now Pasha, currently on 3 kills, looking to round up at a 4th. As Flamey pushes himself back in. Pasha holds the angle. Just switching back and forth. Just playing for information, not playing for the fight. He'll zoom in once he knows exactly where Flamey is, and he will be spotted in just a second, round in the corner. He doesn't know he's on bench. Does see the head though, gives away his position, but he gets a wallbang. And Flamey just has time for the defuse. It's a round going to Navi. Should not have gone their way at all, but fair play to Flamey on that clutch. Two AWPs in for Navi. Got Snacks as well, picking up his own up. Still continuing as we go into the final round of the half. The force buy coming through. Bialy is left with no armour or utility here. Just the Tech 9 to play with. And Simple peeking out into underpass will actually catch up Pasha early on. Pasha, despite him going down early on this round, he's been looking so good this event. He's one of the players that people were actually looking to last year to go, okay, should this guy still be in the roster? Should we be swapping him out? Apparently not. Simple still doing good work. Finds himself 2. It's going going to be the burst out through ramp. Guardian sitting on the other side. CT, AWP, and Simple rotated back in to try and join the madness, looking for a third of the round. And he goes for the fight, but Snacks is going to blind him. As Taz gets aggressive here with a pistol, pushing in close. Simple is being hounded, and Taz, he's going to hit the headshot. Great shot from him. Tries to push himself into the jungle, and in the meantime, Snacks, he'll round up one from the palace as well. Right now, VP are making waves. It's all onto Edward out of nowhere. Snacks, he pulls it back with the help of Taz getting aggressive with a pistol, and now it's all onto Edward, sitting alone in CT. They don't expect his position, but they're not exposed to him. The bomb's not down, though, and they have 30 seconds left as Edward, he makes a lot of noise. Does he think they've gone B? He pulls out his knife, and Taz will hold him back. VP, they pick up the round. He thought they went B. Either way, great job. Another round going the way of Virtus Pros. We head into the second half here. The second half, the last half of this entire event. Sorry, I shouldn't be swallowing my vodka at this time. I'll stop, guys. 9-6 for VP. Neo on the utility, he's got a kid as well. We've got the raid boss, the double raid boss in fact. Not a lot to work with in terms of armour for Seized and Flamey or Guardian, but still it's enough to get the job done. Pasha in mid, Edward strikes as the smoke blooms. Pasha tries to go for the fight, but he gets his face removed by the Tech 9. VP now in a tough spot. Already a man down. We're going to see Navi start to wrap back round towards this B site. They're coming in through the apartments, and as they start to take short control as well, they can split into B. But look at this aggression from Taz. He gets all the information, and that may hold back Navi for the time being. They may be having second thoughts. Because right now, VP have pre-rotated. They know that this is going to be a B play, so they've got enough players to deal with this on the site. And oh my god, Neo, that is disgusting. 2 for him, gets himself a third, but that's actually Taz stealing it away. And Neo looking for a little bit more. The last one to come out of apartments as Edward comes in from the back lines as well. Neo has gone huge, but Edward looking to do the same. 2 for him. Now with 30 seconds left, Edward, he's going to get caught. Snacks and Neo, they close it out. What a round though from Neo. 1.6 it is. He jumps up on top, hits 2 shots out of absolutely nowhere. Look at this. It was, oh, okay, the replay goes down, but it was the inaccuracy coming out of Neo. You know, he just spammed. At that point, he wasn't even aiming at the second head. It was just the luck of that inaccuracy to hit the head. Obviously, some good aim from Neo in the first place to actually get the first, but got lucky there. That's quite loud. God tier replay though. There's now VP again, as they have been doing this entire event. It's a mixed buy. It's not focusing on rifles. They've got 2 this time. This is the most rifles we've seen them actually physically buy up. The only other time they've had rifles after picking up a pistol is no, they haven't. No, they've. This is the only time they've had 2 rifles after picking up the pistol. So that just says something about VP. They love their SMGs right now. They're loving the meta. Gulp incoming. Bialy though, under balcony, going to be spotted. It's going to be Flamey to push on out. Bialy takes it, goes in for more, pulls out the pistol, spamming away. These guys don't have head armor, so he should be able to exploit, or at least some of them don't. And Snacks rounds up another one on Simple. It's Pasha to come in with the cleaning squad just to mop up these last couple of players, and he will do so. 11 for VP. This one is looking far more of a stomp than train. Another fast clock round onto A. Nothing coming of it. 1 kill for Flamey. Will be the shutdown eventually. Snacks. There we go. He gets her in the end. Lands a Deeg. Nothing notable at all there. VP are just going to shut it down. A free round for them. Bit more money to pad the stats. Take a large swig every time Navi throw around. Okay. It's only water. Careful, my friends. Navi, though, back on the bye. One of their last chances to actually get back into this matchup. Because this is close to being over. It's VP, hound the AWP in middle. Gets the tag onto Guardian, not the kill. But enough damage to do the work. Bialy, he's going to get aggressive as well. Gets himself 1 kill. It's Taz to push up in B-Apps in the meantime. A lot of information gained from that, and Navi not putting any focus towards B until now. Seas runs in through the smoke and takes Taz, completely blindsided by that, as he now exits out onto this B site completely empty. Neo comes back from short, trying to draw the position off of mid, because obviously they have no window control because the smoke's going down from Navi. So Neo, he gets not only shot from Apps, but also the flank from Edward coming through short, covered by a lot of positions here. And Navi are single-handedly going to be able to take this round just off of the back of that pick from Seized. It forced Neo off of short, it allowed them to push through that mid control as a result. And there we go, they have control of B. Now lead this one to the retake. I mean, it's still doable for VP, but Navi have got themselves in a great position thanks to Seized. And now Snack's starting to push up. Seized in the close angle. Bialy may be able to stop a bomb plant potentially if he buys his time and waits for the right moment to strike, and he does. There's a bomb going down. Snacks as well. Just waiting. They don't know he's pushed up. There's a kill for him, and this is it. VP. They're going to be able to pull the rabbit out the bag, or the rabbit out the hat, something like that. As it just leaves Edward alone on the site. No bomb plant in sight. Chasing down Bialy, sprays away, gets the first kill, has time to stick the plant as well. The Snacks is on short, and he'll take the fight where he loses it. It's VP to pick up 13 rounds. That's it. That's 2 shots for Navi throwing 2 rounds in a row, I think. And Snacks clutching. Oh no. Well, carrying on. Pistols for Navi. Set up outside a ramp. They have these smokes to at least rain over for a take, but it seems like Snacks has just been hiding in them time and time again. Not having any problem with that, so again, even if Navi go for the smoke take, not exactly conducive to a win by any means. As Navi late round push into this A site, finally going to strike the smoke's rain over, but VP know exactly what's going on. They know they have pistols, they know they shouldn't be too afraid, and Pasha won't be. 2 for him. Bialy as well to follow up with a single one. Pasha's on 3 right now. He is not stopping. This man is on fire, and he gets himself 4. Very happy chappy there. 14 rounds. He gives the wink. He gives the eyes over to Snacks. It will be the round going to VP once again. I'd like to just clarify for those who aren't aware, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm drinking water. I'm not actually doing shots when Navi throw rounds, because I feel like some people haven't actually conned on to that. It is a joke. Pasha up in the connector early on. We have Snacks just holding us behind, making sure no one can come in through underpass. Sure, bud. In through mid. Pasha spots across. Not much you can do about that. They jump over the little gap he has. He goes in deep with the Molotov. But with the short smoke being down, there's no real point to contest this one. Neo doesn't really need to push up in this position. They can just hold on. The time is already ticking down, but Flamey takes Bialy out of nowhere. He follows up with a second as well. Great entries onto this A site, but it's Pasha again. Why not to respond back with the AWP, pushing himself back into the connector. But now, with the loss of the loss of Bialy, they don't have the connector control. And with Pasha going down as well, that removes A. I didn't catch any of those kills, but Navi did really bring it home in the one round they needed to before VP picked up match point. It's all going to be on Taz. Stuck in the site, moving up through short. Simple has been spotted and damage will be done, converts it. But still 2 more here for Navi as they cross their way to the site. No need to play aggressive at all, and they won't. A safe plant comes in for a seize, the Molotov just to secure the round, and Taz realises it's not B. Not sure why he even thought it was when he was pushed up on short, but Finally, Navi look like they might actually pick up around here. I don't think this is one that Taz clutches in a million years, but I've seen wilder things as he pushes into the site. Spots ahead of Seized as well. Information gained. Okay, Seized, careful there, buddy. You might want to hold control, because Taz is running in with a vengeance. One more kill needed, and they will find it. VP though, pistols out, Taz on the armour. And it just shows after all these rounds they pick up, they lose one, suddenly they're down to eco. Navi have been doing good damage despite not picking up the rounds. And Seized, he's going to be flashed out towards the top of middle, but they don't spot him, I don't think, getting into that little cubby hole. They're still going to chase just to check, and Neo, I didn't even see him on Seized's screen, he goes straight down. That's perspective for you, as Virtus Pro pick up a gun. Should be throwing it over to Taz, he has armour, but Neo is hitting a shot, so I don't really blame him. As they try and get their way back into the site. Two sitting towards the back of the firebox there as Edward waits patiently on ramp. He has a molly. He can just hold them off. He doesn't need to fight, but Flamey will take a headshot in the meantime, dropping Taz. And Edward not even going for the molly. He just wants to take the engagement. Finds himself another. Snacks as well. Still going to be up here. Ready to drop on in. Ooh. Spots one. Snacks grabs the AK and runs for the hills, but Edward, he might chase this, but Ali is doing the damage from CT, but he can't convert a frag, and neither can Pasha. Finally will strike, and he's just trying to keep these players from going down with the bomb. That's the intention. But instead he just takes the kills himself. He gets himself two. He will go down eventually, but damage has been done. Navi's economy has been whittled. Ooh, not a good way to start it off though. Guardian looking for that mid pick. Pasha will shut him down quickly with that AWP. And looks in for more through the smoke. Almost catches the timing shot. Almost catches the second as well. Just millimeters away from both. I think it was Simple and Edward. Yeah, correct. So no retribution frag as the smoke goes in window, and Navi already down a man. Aren't able to take down Pasha, but they can push up close in mid. It's one positive. Another smoke laid down for Edward. That will hold off the connector. And also a jungle smoke. Now they will start to move on in. Edward going to get caught up by Neo. He'll go down to 5-on-3 now. VP. Looking like they're going to be reaching map and match point, unless Flamey has something to say about it. He has found himself out of ramp, but with the passive crossfire that VP are holding, it doesn't really matter about Flamey's position, because as soon as he gets one, the second player from either balcony or sandwich, likely balcony, will respond with a quick frag. But Flamey checking all the angles he can. The timing may get the better of him here. He gets caught out with that single kill. That's not what I expected. It's going to be a 2-on-5 now. Make it a 1 as Pasha takes down C's. The single trade from Simple. That's all he'll find. Neil finish him off, and VP at the 15 rounds. Tech 9's armor 1 AK. It's going to be seized rushing into the B apartments. Virtus Pro. They're only a singular man towards B, so I mean if there's any site you want to strike if you're Navi, this is going to be the one. Oh, I like this angle. I've not seen this used before, I won't lie. Although flashes and smokes will rain over, Taz actually going to smoke himself off, allow himself to play around that as well. Gives him a great advantage. They won't expect this kind of position. They actually might think it's their own smoke, but he misses his shots. Only limited ammo there on that A1S, and he sprays away regardless. Him and Pasha, Neo, Snacks, everyone getting a kill, and Snacks, well, who would be the man to round it out other than him? They pick it up 16 rounds. VP will close it out with the win, and $65,000 is going to be their grand prize for that event. They come back after losing the Clash for Cash only a few days before and fly all the way to Moscow in Russia to win it. Jet lagged, tired, they still did it. I mean, impressive performance from VP. You've got to give it to them. Congratulations to the guys. They still prove that they are one of the teams to be reckoned with. And Navi, I don't know, a bit underwhelming performance considering they had everything going for them. They should have won that, to be honest, in my opinion. But VP played so strong. Pasha was out of his mind. Snacks was clutching left and right. And everyone on the team stepped up as well. Neo kind of stepping back to his old 1.6 ways. He was going off. So no one playing badly in the server for either team there. What a great matchup. And you can see even the Navi guys are happy at that matchup. They obviously a bit upset they only made it out with $25,000, but you can't be too, put down after an incredible performance from both teams and some amazing matches. But again, guys, that is all from me here. It is about midnight, 12:30. Okay, so it's not too bad. I have time to grab a shower, get in the car and go to the airport really quickly. So thank you guys for tuning in. Again, I hope you have enjoyed. If you have enjoyed the casting, because I have been casting for, I think, time says 15 hours now. So I've been live for 15 hours. So obviously I'm a little bit slow right now. But if you have enjoyed what little of the casting you have seen, or how much of the casting you have seen, be sure to drop !caster in the chat, or pop up on my Twitter. You're welcome to follow it there if you want to leave me any kind of feedback. Let me know how the day went, what you thought of the matches. I'd love to hear it. Be sure to head over there now. And if not, no problem. I'm sure I'll see you guys on another event sometime soon. Anyway, I'm off now. Thank you guys for tuning in. Lots of love in the chat. I'll see you guys soon.